What up, guys? You know what it is? It's your boy John Mike down here at Gospel Producers. We're doing a studio tour today with my guy Larry Wilson, producer extraordinary, Lawrence Flowers, Dorinda Clark Cole, Todd Tribbett, Jesus Christ probably.
It's all for Jesus.
It's all for Jesus. So this dude is a monster, man. And so we want to just kind of take some time and showcase the studio. I walked in here and I was just kind of blown away because this is all in his crib. And so we're going to just kind of go through and go through some of the stuff that he's got, some of the gear stuff, man. So you got everything.
Well, I've got
you need to do what
I've
you
got
need.
everything I need to do what I do. The organs here.
Let's start with the organ.
This is a 1969 Hammond B3. I have two 122 Leslie. This is the short one. And I have two for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. So
now how do you even get two Leslies connected to one organ? Let's start there.
Okay, so it starts with the Leslies are actually powered by the organ. So the Leslies are not, you don't plug a traditional Leslie speaker in. Right. They actually are powered off of the organ. So the organ preamp has enough power for, I think, up to like 4. I've seen Hammonds with 4. You know, like how they'll have them in the choir stand, like
Now that you think about it,
those are all being powered off of the same organ.
Got it.
Yeah, this is light work.
Gotcha.
But the reason I have two Leslies is because of this right here. This one element right here. Now, if you look on the horns, you'll see that there's this little piece in front of the actual bell of the horn. You see it?
Yep.
That's called a deflector. Okay. And what that does is that kind of deflects the immediate sound coming off the organ, which enhances the Doppler effect, which is why Leslies are so great. It enhances the Doppler effect and kind of makes the sound more smooth and vocal, because that's the whole purpose of the Leslie speaker, and the whole purpose of tremolo and chorale is to emulate a voice, the vibrato from a voice. So this kind of makes it sound more like a voice. But that's actually not my favorite sound. Okay. But I do have it just in case I need it for production purposes. But if we look in here, this is the recording Leslie right here. So she's a full-size 122. Now, if you look in and see that horn right there, the deflectors have been cut off of that horn. And what that does is that makes the tone coming off of the high end, the tweeter, a lot edgier and grittier, because there's nothing to deflect it and smooth it out.
That's crazy.
So whenever you hear an organ that has like this really gritty flutter that you hear on a record, normally that's because the deflectors are off. So for me that's like that screaming church sound.
Church. Yeah. So this is just like a basic setup. And then when you're ready to go to church,
this is the civilized.
This is civilized.
This is the civilized organ. And I named my organ Twinkie because I love Twinkie. So this is civilized Twinkie. And this is church. This is Kojic Convocation.
Yeah.
Twinkie right here. Woo. My God.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she sings.
That's good, bro. So organ, B3. Then you got an 88 over here.
I've got a Fender Rose. Yeah. With the suitcase with the speakers, and I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. Rose emulations are very good. Yeah, even on the keyboards, like between Nord and the Yamahas, like they got it pretty close. Yeah, and even to Keyscape, shouts out to Keyscape. Yeah, Scarby, and even gospel musicians with the neo soul. Yeah, those emulators are really good, but I'm telling you, as an engineer, there's something about the real sound of this. I think it's probably the inconsistencies of tuning and just kind of the mechanical differences that exist in every mechanical keyboard instrument that make it just richer. Like when you hear it in the mix, it's like The last person to play this was Antoine Walker. Shout out to Antoine.
Yeah, Antoine.
We did a session. It was me, him, Jubu, and I forget. I don't know why the guy's name escapes me on bass. He used to plays with Funk Apostles, Corey Henry, from Chicago.
Yeah, I can't call his name either.
Dang, I don't charge it to my head, not to my heart. I just can't remember his name.
Yeah, put it in the comment.
I'm sure they will, and they'll probably roast me for forgetting his name. But he was the last person to play this, and I was like listening to his playback. It was like, man, this thing sounds good. It just makes it. It's something about it that really gives it that authenticity. That if you going for like a neo soul vibe or like a jazz vibe, it's like it's nothing like the real thing.
Like electric drums versus the real
electric anything. I mean, because you can find some good organ emulators, but I mean, it's just nothing like it. The actual air spinning in it. It's just nothing like it. Okay, so you got that. Got the Wurlitzer here.
Yeah, Whirly.
Got a Whirly. She needs a little TLC. Thing about Whirly is they all have the same issue. They all have this power supply issue where after a while, whatever that houses the power supply, it gets like worn out or whatever over time, and it starts to, and it's in the same housing as whatever the audio is coming from. So the hum from the power interferes with the audio and causes this. So that's the thing with this right now. But she sounds really good.
And the drums.
Otherwise, in the drum cage right now, I've built myself my own little drum room.
Okay.
Put a full drum enclosure in here. And that's primarily because sometimes we'll record things in the same room with the drums.
Yeah.
And I want to minimize bleed. And this does a really good job of that.
Get your mic set up.
In this room, I've got my Yamaha recording customs in here. Mic choices on the kick. I have the kick mic'd with three microphones. On the inside, I've got the Beta 91. Mm-hmm. On the outside, I've got the 52. Mm-hmm. And for sub kick, I've got the Solomon sub kick.
Oh yeah.
Sheesh, bro. I did a shootout between that one and the famous DW one and the Yamaha sub kick, and this one really blew them all out of the water, man. In terms of, I even got Derek Stevenson hooked on one of these. He used mine to track a session. And he was like, "Yeah, I'm finna buy one right now." So that one sounds really great. On my snare, on the bottom, I have an EV. Let's see what this is. I always get the model of this wrong. It's an ND 767, the EV ND 767. It's like a Beta on steroids. So it really does a great job of capturing the sizzle of the snare up against the underside head, and it's really smooth. But it's still directional because I used to do it with a condenser. But sometimes that can be hard to control with the bleed of everything else going on. On the top, I've got the Bear Dynamic on the top. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I go between that and a 57, depending on what the needs are. But I've been recording a lot of jazz lately, so the Bear Dynamic is the one for that. On the toms, I've got the SE tom mics on the drums, which they sound really fantastic. They almost sound like there's a preamp built into the microphone. They sound so good, especially for high impact things like gospel music where you need those toms to cut, and you don't want to have to like over process or replace the toms. Exactly. Like this does a great job of capturing that. On my floor toms, I've basically got two bass drum mics on the floor toms. One is this is the Sennheiser 602 on one of them, and that's primarily a kick drum that they use for like jazz kick drums, like smaller ones that need more resonance, and it just works really great for floor toms as well. Nice. And I've got this AKG on the other what is it, D12? Is that what it is? on the other floor tom, and also does a great job with anything low end, but I particularly like it on the floor toms.
Love it.
And I've got two Rode large diaphragm condensers on my overheads. And I just got this SE pencil condenser microphone for my hi-hat. From my good friend Joe Riley, swears by him. And we did a shootout with him the other day, and I was like, I need this right now. So I bought it off of him on the spot. Nice high end, nice crisp, but not harsh or brittle.
Yeah.
Which is what you want for your hi-hat. Like, you don't want your hi-hat to sound too brittle. You don't want it to sound harsh, because that's the only frequency range it occupies in the mix, is the high frequency range.
Exactly.
And I like to mic the ride just in case I need it. So I got a Rode, pencil condenser on the ride just in case I need it. And it's fun to be able to kind of mix that in as needed. But I rarely use it though. It's just there to have just in case.
Just in case.
Yep.
All right, then over here where your boards and stuff is.
Yeah, this is just a couple of them right now. These are the ones that kind of live in the studio because I don't like to carry them around. I've got the Jupiter 80, which if you know. And then under that I have the Montage 8. And this particular keyboard, shouts out to Josh Riggins, is actually got Nord pianos on it. And it's got MKS pianos on it.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so and they're pretty legit, man. And I actually kind of prefer them to the actual Nord piano, because the Nord can sometimes have what they, in their pursuit of kind of being as, high fidelity in terms of pianos, they get all the pedal noise and the string resonance and all that stuff, which is great. But sometimes you don't need all of that. You just need the piano just to cut through. So.
Because that's not gonna cut through on the mix anyway.
No, generally not.
Generally
not. And it's gonna get in the way most times. So I kind of appreciate the fullness and the richness of the piano without all the extra stuff. So that's what I get with the pianos on here. So shouts out to you, Josh Riggins, for that, helping me get this keyboard situated. So that's that. Over here I have my baby.
Your baby grand.
Well, it's not a baby grand. It's a full size grand. I think it's a 6. It's right at 6 feet, maybe 6'1".
Gotcha.
Made by Young Chain, the G185. Just sounds lovely, man. It sounds lovely. Real mellow, because I do a lot of jazz here. Real smooth, real mellow, not too bright, real even across the board. So that's the baby here. And when I do jazz sessions here.
Check this out. You can help support the channel. You can support what we do at Gospel Producers by simply picking up some of our merch, like our Juice hoodie. The hoodie season is upon us. We got the GP shirts. We got the GP hoodies. One of my favorites is the Humble Hustle shirt. Get you the Humble Hustle shirt or hoodie. You just type in Gospel Producers on Amazon. We're right there. And what I have on right here, it's our not famous but fruitful. I ain't famous, but I am fruitful shirt. The long sleeve again. We're getting to that long sleeve season, so you want to make sure you grab that. I'll link down in the description if y'all want to support your boy. It's lunch money.
Typically, we have the entire band in the room, so it'll be drums, the piano, the bass will be over there, and maybe a horn player might be in one of those two rooms. But typically, what I'll do is I have another full drum enclosure, and I'll put that up around this piano, and that provides me another layer of isolation.
That's good.
So usually when I do that, the only bleed I might get is maybe the bleed from the bass drum.
Yeah.
If the drummer's like really laying into it, the bass drum will maybe bleed through, and that can be filtered out.
Yeah, it can be filtered out. Yeah,
but for the most part, man, it's, you throw a couple of C414s or a couple of ribbon mics on this thing, and it's ready. It's heaven.
Now, what about your outboard situation over here? You got some goods.
I got a few goodies, man. I run all my drums through the Focusrite ASA 828. And my metallics I run through this Warm Audio 412. Kind of got the API sauce, which I enjoy for anything that's metallic and high pressure on the transient side. And then I have I got this baby right here, which I love to use on vocals, especially if it's something that's bright, like a female vocal. I love to use on this. I'll use this on a guitar. I used to use it on bass, but now I have the U5 for the bass, which is, that's all you need. I'm running my, now this is kind of a hack, but I'm running my piano through this Art.
The Pro MPA.
Yeah, man, and it really.
I have that, man. That's a.
It is, people sleep on it because it's so cheap.
Yeah.
But man,
like $300.
Yeah, but it really sounds good. It's specifically for the grand piano, and I even run my keyboard through it. I run the montage through it too, and it sounds. It gives it another layer of warmth and fatness. Yeah, it's that vibe. So. So it's my little secret sauce because people sleep on it. Yeah. So then down here I've got the WA, the Warm Audio 273. Yeah. Kind of a Neve clone type of situation. Sometimes I'll run my grand piano through this. Yeah. But this is typically a little bit brighter. So if I'm recording something where it's more of a pop thing, or if it's something that doesn't require a lot of sensitivity, I'll run my grand piano through here. Got a pair of LA 610s here, primarily for vocals, because I love the way they sound on vocals. I like the way they sound on guitars, so sometimes I'll run guitars through there. And that's, or horns, because I do it, like I said, I do record a lot of jazz. Yeah. These do sound awesome on horns. Nice. But I'll also run my horns through here. I have 4 channels of Neve, the Porticos. These actually sound great on horns. The other thing I really love about these is that they have a ton of gain headroom. So if I'm running on ribbon mic, which typically need, either a cloud lifter or a preamp that has a lot of gain, this is one of those preamps. Because you can crank it up and you'll be like maybe right here, and you got line level signal coming off of a ribbon mic. And then you still have plenty of room, to give it even more sauce if you need it. And then down here, I've got the Golden Age. They're kind of from what I understand, these are kind of their Neve clones. Which when I first got them, these might be, I want to say these might be the first pair of outboard preamps I ever bought for myself. And I ran my grand piano through these originally, but now I run the organ through here. Okay. And these, when I just threw them on the organ one time, maybe a couple years ago, I was like, I just love how much color I'm getting, even from the organ, which already has its own beautiful color. Yeah. But running through here, it just took it up to a different level. Yeah. So I run my organ top. My 2 organ tops through here, and then here I'm just running. This is just a cheap preamp I found in a pawn shop, and it looked interesting. I did some research. Like an SSL. It does. That's what I thought it was at first, and then I saw the name. I was like, Symmetrics. Okay, and so I did some research on it, and this kind of a pre that they used to use in radio, in radio stations back in the day. And it has a vibe. It does sound like the 80s. So I don't typically use it on much of anything, but I got my organ bottom coming through here. Okay. Just for giggles. But just for giggles. But it works. It works. It sounds good. So I just let it live there. And then the Tone Beast I use for guitar. I only use it on guitars. Yeah, that's the outboard. The beginning of the outboard situation.
And then you got the Midas joint for the
for the
console.
Yes, so my console, where everything is kind of running into, is the Midas. I absolutely love this desk. A lot of the records that I've produced, especially the live ones, have been tracked using this desk. This has the real Midas pre's in there, which are fat, warm, and punchy. So I love the way this sounds with drums, bass. I just love the way it sounds. So I was like, man, I got to get one for the studio just to have that extra, that extra color going into Pro Tools. So it sounds really good. It also works great for live. The hearback system on these things is incredible. If anybody's ever used their hearback module, it's just like, I'm waiting on God. I'm waiting on God to bless me with some more money so I can get about 5 of them for the studio. Because yesterday's price will not be today's price, man. Yeah. Monitors. I'm not Dell, so I don't have a $40,000 monitor budget. But I got the best monitors I could afford to kind of get the sound I needed, which is why I really love the Yamaha HS8s. Yeah. They're very transparent and very accurate with acoustic stuff. And I do a lot of acoustic stuff, whether it be in gospel or jazz or R&B. I do a lot of acoustic stuff, a lot of vocal stuff. So those are very transparent for me, and I like to mix on these. I also love these Atom. These are the T7, or they might be 5s.
TV5.
Yes.
Yeah, I have the 7s. I love them.
I love them. They're all. I don't typically mix on them a lot, only because they sound so good until they almost sound too good for me. But when I'm producing, when I'm doing music production, or if I'm doing, all the tracking and stuff like that, I love to use them because it just helps me. It keeps me excited and engaged. Yeah. So, and sometimes I'll do it just for referencing because they're more of a near field situation. So sometimes I'll use them just to A/B what I'm doing. I used to have some of the NS10s in here. I used to have them, but I got rid of them because they didn't serve me. Yeah. But I had them in here because they're so flat and so they sound so ugly until just like they say, you make a mix sound good on those, you're pretty much good everywhere else. But I just turned out not to really need them. Here's where all of my monitors are being routed to. The Behringer control, which is kind of their take on the big knob. Pause.
But they don't make them. But see, they don't make that one no more, right?
I don't think so.
They discontinued. I went to look for it, and I couldn't find them.
Technically, on a low key, I think Behringer's is just continuing everything.
Gosh,
they just cut out. They're not really even selling in physical stores anymore. It's all online. I think they're only going through Sweetwater now.
Gosh,
which is crazy. But I managed to get one of these before the pandemic, and everything went crazy.
Yeah.
I like it, man. It's. I mean, you don't get a whole lot of artifacts or electronic noise. Not a lot of hits until you turn it all the way up. Then you might get a little something, and they got enormous amounts of headroom. I can hook, 3 different monitor sources up to it. I got 4 audio sources I can hook up to it, including USB, which is the computer, or I can take from different other sources just in case I need it.
That's perfect.
Got 2 headphone outputs to it, so if I'm doing it just me and a vocal, we can both sit in on the same session, and I don't have to hook up a headphone amp or whatever. All right, so I just got this sub not too long ago, the KRK. I've always wanted one, and I finally found one because I do a lot of shopping on Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist and OfferUp, eBay. Listen, y'all, Sweetwater is great. All of the retailers are great, but man, if you stay on those sites, they're more often than not you come across some great stuff at a great price. So
big facts.
Definitely.
You got the fader port.
Yes, yeah. So before I got my M32, the space on this desk was taken up by a QCon Pro control surface, which I really loved it. It's so accurate, and something about mixing where you can actually put your hands on the faders that makes it
feel real.
Yeah, and it kind of increases your creativity mixing wise, especially when it comes to automation and push pull. So when I got this, there was no way I could contain both desks on the same space. So I was kind of thinking of what I was going to do. I thought about getting a Raven. I was like, nah, they're not the most accurate for me.
No, I'll be honest. I've owned one for 2 years.
Yeah, they're not the most accurate to me. So I was
not for automation.
Right.
The cool part, it's the cool factor on everything.
Right. Exactly.
It sucks for automation, I'll be honest.
That's what I've experienced. But I went ahead and fell on the fader port because from what I was in my research, I figured heard that they were more reliable, especially between the two DAWs.
Exactly.
Because I was looking at the Behringer one beforehand, and the Behringer one had a lot of problems with Pro Tools. Worked perfectly in Logic and Cubase and other, but when it came to Pro Tools, it was just like, there was a lot of problems. So I do all of my mixing virtually in Pro Tools. So I needed something that was going to work well with Pro Tools, and this one turned out to work the best with Pro Tools. All the functionality of the buttons and everything was translated over really well. So that's why I felt it. And the biggest reason is because of its footprint. Super small. I've got 16 faders, and I can, I got the bank option where I can go in between, and I can control all of my faders. So that was the biggest thing, because I couldn't house it here. I didn't want to put it anywhere else because that would just make it too cumbersome, and logistically it would just be stupid. So this one fits right on my, my little keyboard tray, and I still got room for my mouse. So it works for me. I like it. It's good. I like it.
GospelProducers.com.
That's crazy, bro. Oh, you brought the roads?
Yo, so we here at First Baptist Church here in Charlotte, and we're going to be touring the whole setup that they have for the whole setup. I got my boy Sheridan Williams, Sean Way, how you say it, Sean? Sean Way. Sean Way. And then this is the front of house guy. What's your name? Cody. Yeah, so he's running the front of house. So I guess he'll walk us through the setup.
Oh, doing a tour, huh?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, walk us through the setup,
so
man.
not good on camera.
Oh man, I'm just seeing what y'all.
All right, well, I have a Digigo ST12, mixing, taking all the inputs from the band. Got a wave server for some added sauce for the band, different EQs and effects.
Oh, dope.
Stuff like that. That's all I can start with from the console. And then that's pretty much it. This is just a smart rig, so I can analyze the PA of the room and make sure that everything's working as it should and working best for us. That's pretty much it, man. Pretty simple.
So with the different venues that we've been in, why is this stuff important?
It's important because I want to keep this as consistent as possible. So in order to not be changing too much stuff over here night to night and completely redoing what I've been working on, I try to make sure the PA is as close day to day as I can get it, so that I'm not, so I'm comfortable day to day. I'm not having to make a bunch of changes on the console. I can actually just get in and mix the band instead of fixing stuff. Yeah, hopefully that's the goal anyway. That's the
most important question of the night. Have you ever heard of Michael Jackson?
Out of my life. Who, that guy? Yeah, I heard of that guy. I heard of that guy.
So you running the waves, the whole wave situation, and you just patching them in on.
Yeah, so it's basically like an insert, like all the old consoles, right? You'd have like racks of outboard gear, compressors and effects units. Now it's all here, and I run it through a server that's back here. Right there, you see that? That's the server. They got a little Mac Mini down there running it. And it's basically just an insert thing, right? So like, I can go to CeCe's vocal, for instance, and I've got, multi-band EQ. I got a PSE, which is primary source expander. Basically, it's killing background noise when she's not. If the sound's below this threshold, it's cutting it down 6 dB. And I got a vocal rider, and then the master bus. I've got EQ, multi-band, and a compressor. So it's just kind of like old school stuff, just in a box. All that big racks of stuff just kind of pushed down into one box, and they sound really good too.
Nice. Yeah.
So,
No, that's super dope. Super dope.
Yeah, man.
Minister of Music.
He's the minister of music. So I'm here with the minister of music, the mom, the music director, TJ. I ain't even got. There you go, TJ Thomas Harding. Producer and musician extraordinaire. He's gonna walk us through his setup that they got on the stage, and it's a pretty sweet, pretty dope setup. So let's check it out, man. Show me what y'all got, man. What y'all working with?
What's up, y'all? This is my brother Alan Madison, our drummer. What you working with us, bro? Roll it out.
Mapex help support me. Have an Armory series with, I believe it's the Nightfall finish. They said they wanted something purple, so that's what I brought out. And it's amazing kit. Nice. And I have Sovereign cymbals, so shout out to Sovereign. West Tone ears. And I no longer use the Roland SPDS.
Okay.
It's all about the Yamaha DTX.
Yeah.
Functionality of it kicks the Roland in the butt. So I got 3 snares, different tones for all the songs. So
that's your setup. That's sweet, bro. What about the keys setup, man?
Intro 2, 3, 4.
GospelProducers.com.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Back to the top. 2, 3, 4.
Repite. 2, 3, 4.
Praise break. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Praise break. 3, 4. Go to church. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Drive it. 3, 4.
Breakdown. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Outro. 2, 3, 4. Chop it. Take it out. Stab the 1. 1, 2, 3, 4.
My guy Jeremy Nixon is playing the organ and aux keys. He got the Korg M3 and the Kronos 2 73 and the C2D Nord.
Wow.
And man, he's killing it. He uses his controller here, so every song he hits like whatever song we're going to, and Ableton changes all of his keyboards to the sound sequence.
Wow. So you got a map. So this is his patch. So he's changing patches with this in Ableton, and he's got his patches queued up on there. That's super. And it changes with the song?
Yep.
Now is he queuing the loops and all that stuff too?
No.
Just the sound?
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and that dude, he's back here working hard. Killing it.
No, that's super crazy. So this is your spaceship.
Yeah, I'm back here with the this is my boy Sheridan Williams Rose.
So we gotta go around on the other side and check this.
Yes, sir. So definitely got thankful for Yamaha, the Montage 8, Motif XF7, Moog Sub 37, Fender Rhodes. Got a few pedals up here for the Rhodes and for the Moog.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
Need for the Moog. Oh, so you tuning up the tracks and stuff.
Yep. Got Ableton up here.
Yes, sir.
Yep, got Ableton all of that.
With the whole set there.
Yes, sir.
How are you firing them off? Are you just firing them off with like
literally whatever song out the set list, key map?
You just doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Whatever song it is, if it's song 3, it's 3 in spacebar. We in.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
Got you. And then man, what's your main setup?
For the most part, the Montage 8, but want to do something different with her and bring out a real Rhodes. So the majority of the night, a lot of my main stuff is coming from the Rhodes. Okay. Certain ballads I'm doing piano and the deals. So man, it's crazy. Jeremy and I both are doing a lot of aux key stuff on this show. So so yeah.
And what all of y'all pretty much running in the track? Just aux and BGVs or?
Track is mainly only just click, some BGV stems, and some like effect sounds. That's really about it.
That's really about it. And then y'all doing most of the stuff live.
Yeah, because I mean, man, Alan, Tyrone Jackson, the co-MD, Anton Nesbitt, Jeremy, these guys are some players.
Yeah.
So it's like, hey, let's play it. Those guys are killing it, and man, they're phenomenal.
That's super dope, man.
Yes, sir. So yep, that's Ty Jackson rig over there, the acoustic guitar on the stand.
Yeah.
He's with PRS Guitars, Kemper, Amplification.
Yeah.
And Anton. Yes, sir. Aguilar. So yeah, man, that's it.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
This thing back there. So that's dope, man. So yeah, so this is which number city is this on the tour for y'all?
Number 8, I think.
Number 8?
Yeah.
Nice. So y'all doing number 8. So where y'all heading to next? This y'all in Charlotte tonight. This is in October. So y'all heading where now?
Tampa Monday.
Okay.
We're in Tampa, New Orleans, Dallas, and Houston next week.
Nice. So yeah, so you guys, if they're coming to y'all city, make sure y'all jump out there and go check them out and go see them. Today, I want to introduce to you Loop Elements Pro. This represents a very innovative new way of using loops. And guess what? It's standalone, not only as a plugin, but it's also standalone outside of the DAW, which means you can now use loop elements in your live performance. This isn't just a plugin. It's the ultimate tool for creatives and producers. Whether you're layering loops, creating click track, creating beats, building arrangements, soundscapes, Loop Elements Pro gives you the power to create without limits. Loop Elements Pro is now available. Go get it now. It's your boy, Juan Miguel, and I am back again with none other than the John Blass. We're here in his studio here in Nashville, Tennessee, and we're going to be doing a studio tour. So, man, thanks for allowing us into your space to kind of, see everything that you're doing here in this atmosphere.
Yes, glad to have you. Absolutely.
Man, thank you, man, for being a part of this thing. We got some stuff coming up. We're working on a master class with Blass and a whole lot of other great things that I think you guys are going to really enjoy. So tell us about your studio here. Like what, made you want to go with Atmos? What made you want to do that? Talk about the speakers you're using, all those things like that. What drove this whole thing into Atmos, first of all?
Sure. So in terms of Atmos, it's been in the works for a couple of years and has been actually Atmos enabled for about a year now.
Okay.
This is a 7.1.4 monitoring, which means 7 speakers around, 4 on the ceiling and an LFE channel, of course.
Jeez. So what is LFE for those who don't know?
Low frequency effects channel.
Okay, so it's like your sub?
Yeah. So, but a dedicated low-end channel, not just subwoofers to extend the range of a speaker, but a dedicated low-frequency channel. Like 5.1 would have 5 like surround speakers and a sub channel.
So one
that comes from film.
Got you.
Yeah.
Got you. I see. I never thought about it like that. So what's the difference between the sub? So explain it a little bit deeper. Like explain to me like I'm a 5-year-old. Like okay, you got because I'm used to stereo pair and then I got a sub. Like if I'm getting what's the difference between that sub and my LFE channel deeply?
So when you're mixing in stereo,
yeah,
and you have a subwoofer,
yeah,
you're mixing in 2.0. Right?
Okay, yep.
Your files go out as 2 channels, a left and a right. So the subwoofer in that case is just to extend the range of your speakers and help you hear the low end, the bottom of your mix better.
Okay.
My subwoofers in this room do that. They also handle the LFE channel, which is a dedicated channel. It's its own track, right?
Gotcha.
So so if you were mixing in 2.1, you'd say like you'd have a left, a right, and a third channel in your file. That's not a thing.
That's not a thing, but
right,
if that was the case, that's what it would be.
But that's how film is mixed. That's how 5.1 surround sound has been for years and years and years.
Gotcha. So all of the film nerds are probably like,
yes. Yes, and Atmos incorporates a LFE channel as well.
Got you.
Of course, it was born out of film. So
got it. So as far as like all of these amazing speakers, so you have 11 speakers.
11 speakers.
So which monitors did you decide to go with and why?
I picked the Atom Audio A7V, which is their new. Newly released A series speaker that replaces the A7X that I have worked on for years and years and years. So I upgraded my stereo pair and added 9 more.
Luckily, I got a chance to get his A7Xs. You know,
yes.
I did get a chance to buy those from him. So I have Blass's speakers. Now my mixes aren't going to sound any better than what they sound right now, but at least I got to claim the fame that I have John Blass's speakers. So I get to say that I have that. If nothing else, that's going to be like, you know, when they stop working, I'm going to put them in one of those little boxes to display box to show. You know, showcase when people come by.
I think they'll last you a long time. I've done this for a decade, so yes.
Yeah.
But the A7Vs are the next generation of that speaker.
Got it.
They incorporate some newer technology.
They got like DSP built in.
They have some DSP built in. Yes.
So how does that software work with that? Like, what does that basically offer over the traditional speaker?
So all the speakers connect via Ethernet.
Yeah.
And you can open up, they call it A control on your
I saw that.
computer. And you can control, you know, basically like the dip switches on the back for low, mids, and high frequencies, like most pro speakers will have, as well as a couple other features. Like they have different modes on the back. I can't remember what they call it, but one of them makes them sound very similar to the A7X. Like confusingly similar to the A7X.
Interesting.
Mine are in pure mode, but you can control those from your listening position.
Okay.
So if you're setting up your speakers and tuning things and wanting to try things out, you're not walking around the room even to 2 speakers, much less to 11, trying to change dip switches on all of these speakers and then coming back to your listening position, hitting play again, going, what did I hear before? Like, you know what I mean? You can flip it, you can A/B it almost instantaneously. There's probably a little lag.
So it's like a basically the switches on the back of it, but
you can
in
control
software.
them all from the software.
That's pretty cool. Because I had to do that. I had some speakers I had to set up. The ones you gave me, I had to set them up, and I'm going back and forth like you said.
You got dip switches on the back.
Trying to make it work, and then sit back, and it's like it takes hours to try to get it right. On top of like trying to like learn the speakers and listen to run like 1,000 mixes through them just to see what they sound like.
Yes,
it's crazy.
The other thing I like that these speakers incorporate is they have SonarWorks, the capability to handle SonarWorks right in the speaker. Okay. So that's in the DSP.
Interesting. That's what I was.
So if you're a SonarWorks user, you can tune your speakers, and then you're not running a plugin. You're not running software on your system. It's in the speaker. Basically, customizing speakers for your room, which I can't think of a better way to do that. I've always had room correction as outboard gear. Because I don't like the idea of it being in the system. I want it to be. It's part of the speaker to me. And so the ability to do that is really cool. So I'm not using SonarWorks in this room, but if you're a SonarWorks user, which a lot of people are, that's a really handy way to do it.
That's dope. That's definitely dope.
Yeah.
So speaking of speakers, now the only other speakers that you have in here are these little bitty kind of bookshelf speakers. I noticed that Yash has those same speakers. Is there a reason why you guys use those? And what speakers are those? Because like we've seen those. I know I've seen them in Yash's setup.
It's an old Panasonic, shelf system from probably the 90s sometime. I don't know, a long time ago.
Wow.
And Yash.
Like the little cassette player things,
yeah.
CD player, like.
Yep, comes with like a 5 CD changer or something. You know what I mean? Like depends on the box you get or whatever. But yeah, like you like your grandmother would have in her living room or something. So yeah, buy it at Walmart or Best Buy or whatever. So it's the idea of a consumer speaker is to hear it the way that the people will hear it. Lots of people use different things for that. These are something that Yash found long before my time, and he liked them so much he bought a bunch of them. And so I was his assistant for 5 years, listening to records on those speakers.
Makes sense.
So when I started mixing my own, I hunted down a set for myself.
A set for yourself.
Yeah.
That makes sense because I use the. Listen, I hope you are enjoying this conversation with John Blass. I got something really quick that I want to show you though. Check this out.
Hey, this is John Blass. You may have seen that I just announced my Gospel Producers Mixing class. My intent here is to let you into my thought process, my insights, how and why I do what I do every day to create the best art that I possibly can for clients that I respect so much. I get to work with some really incredible artists, and this is how I think about mixing and music and art and how I get to the finish line with these records. Click the link in my bio or scan the QR code to gain access to this class.
It's a little Apple, the HomePod. That's what I've been using as of late to reference on. Like, like I said, you'll bounce your mix down or now, with the computer, that's one reason why I got the HomePod, because it connects via AirPlay from the computer. So I can literally just AirPlay. And I was able to actually set up an aggregate device with Pro Tools to where I could actually go through both of them. There's a little bit of a lag, so I have to turn off my speakers in order to hear through that. But it's kind of funky. I'll do a video on that one day, but it's kind of cool, like to be able to like play without bouncing it. Literally just hit space bar in Pro Tools and boom, hear from the HomePod. Being able to hear it coming out of that is pretty cool.
These have a line in, which makes that a lot easier.
I wish they did.
Yes,
that would be so
very few do. I've played around with doing it with Sonos before, because that's kind of what I use in the house. It's a very popular speaker. You see them with tons of coffee shops. You have to get the bigger one to get the line in though, which I have one of those, but I wanted to use the smaller one. A lot of people use little Bose like Bluetooth box that has a line in. Like there's a lot of people have different ones, but I've been on these for
a long time.
So
is it when you're mixing through them, is it like the process of like, okay, you're listening on your regular monitors and then you just kind of bounce to them just to kind of reference on them and then bounce back? I mean, how is it incorporated into your process?
It's yes, but it's not like, oh, I just flip it over there and listen one time and be like, oh, okay, that's good. Like I'll work on those speakers for a while and then work back on the mains for a while.
Got it.
Sometimes it's more of just like a zooming out helper. Like I will throw it on the littles and lay down on the couch and listen and just listen. And they're always off axis. They're off to the side in my room. Josh always called it back mixing.
Back mix.
It doesn't. They're not in front of you. They're not mono. They're stereo, but like same idea essentially. It's like you're not listening in a stereo
because that's how most people.
It's essentially
like it's casual consumer listening. Is pretty much like that. They're cleaning up their house, they're washing the dishes, making dinner, and they're listening to music. And it's off axis. They're not standing in front of a pair of monitors or standing in front of a pair of speakers trying to enjoy the music, unless they're an audiophile. But most aren't. They're just regular people.
And that tells you something different when you listen a little casually too. I can't tell you how many times I've been like feeling pretty good about it on the bigs, but you get kind of hyper focused sometimes, and you like, or you're listening too loud, or like all these kind of things play into it, and you throw it over on the littles, and they're listening quiet, and you get to a section, you're like, what? I'm missing something here. Like, where'd my energy go? Where'd my vocal go? Where'd my groove go? Like something's missing, and so that that's something you want to catch before you send it to the client. So
that's value. That's value. Okay, so as far as speakers, because you got a lot of speakers, you got more speakers in this setup than you got anything else. But how do you connect all your speakers? Like, what interface are you using? What all of that stuff like that. How are you making that stuff work together?
It's all being done in the Avid Matrix Studio, which is Avid's smaller version of the Matrix. And it is kind of tailor-made for a room like this. It's got all the necessary outputs for a 714 system. I think you could easily do 914
Interesting.
on it as well, depending on how many subs you're using and all that. But it also handles all the DSP for the room. So it has the SPQ card in it. Just like the Matrix, it's the smaller version of the SPQ card, which handles the delays of the speakers. It handles the EQs of the speakers and all that. So
And I think that's an important point that people don't know about Atmos, because I've been my little research into it, and you got to have to be able to do the speaker delays.
Oh yes.
Because of the different rooms, like you just can't plug it up and just play them all at the same, millisecond. You gotta like delay different speakers. So how does your delay compensation kind of set up, like with that? Like how are you, or do you know how much of a delay you have on each monitor?
I don't. I know they're all delayed to match the furthest speaker, which in my room the rear speakers have to be a little further than ideal because of where the doors are. And so of course all the other speakers get delayed to match that distance.
Got it.
So that they all hit phase aligned, time aligned at your listening position. So we spent a lot of time during the install with lasers and compasses and whatever else. Yes, to make them as precise as possible in terms of angles and distance from the listening position and where they needed to be. And then the room tuning process, which Dolby came and did for me.
So you had them Dolby
came out and spent a day doing all the EQ curves on the speakers and the delays on the speakers. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's pretty intense. Now, is that a service you had to pay for, or did they just do that?
Dolby just did that. Yeah. Wow. The install, I paid someone to come help me and do all that. But Gotcha. That's dope.
So you kind of got a combination of DSP that's running off of the Matrix and then the speaker DSP as well, and you're utilizing all of them together. Man, you know what's crazy? And you know what really elevates a track? Having the right drums. And speaking of drums, if you haven't checked out Yash's Drum Warehouse yet, you're seriously missing out. We connected with John Yash, a 7-time Grammy Award winner, and we packed over 600 plus multi-sample sounds that work with any DAW and are perfectly formatted for Trick or Two. We're talking tons of snares, kicks, toms, and so much more. You name it, it's in this sample pack. So whether you're on Logic, Ableton, Pro Tools, Cubase, Bitwig, whatever you got, it's all here. It's ready to take your production to the next level. Seriously, go grab it right now. gospelproducers.com. All right, back to the show.
Well, the DSP and the speakers are pretty flat. I'm not using. I'm not actually.
Because you said they was in pure mode.
Works on it. Yeah. And so the DSP on the back would just be voicing basically. Like if you want to go in the I should have remembered what the acronym is, but which mode you're in.
Got it.
As well as the dip switches, which are just controls, digital controls for that. So so that all of the DSP for the room is handled in the interface.
Got it.
Yeah.
So what other pieces are connecting with the interface to make this setup work as well?
That's essentially it.
Yes,
I'm running a M1 Mac Studio.
Nice. That's my next buy.
Is it? Yeah.
That's definitely my next buy. Is the Mac. I waited for the Mac Pro to kind of see what they were going to do with that. And then I was like, nah, it's just give me this Mac Studio. I'm just going to get
depends on what you're needing and what you're doing. I was running a Mac Mini before this, and it was fantastic in stereo.
Yeah.
Atmos takes up a little more DSP and resources for that, and I was wanting a little bit more power.
Yeah. See, I'm on M1. I'm on an M1 Mac Mini now.
Yeah.
And so I've been using that. I bought it brand new in 2020. I was one of the early adopters.
Yeah.
And so I got that, and I've been using that for 3 years now. And like I said, it's time for me to.
Yep.
All right, it's time to expand. So Mac Studio is like the next thing that I'm probably looking to buy.
I love my Mac Studio. It's great. I'm running Pro Tools HD Native, so it's connected to that.
Yeah.
And that's really it. So yes, everything is done in Pro Tools. And that's it.
Gotcha.
Super simple setup, clean and
because very minimalist. So you use the Avid or Avid. I always say Avid, like a video Avid. But Avid, so you use the Avid, was this the S3?
That's the S1.
S1, okay.
Yeah, I had an S3 That's the 16 channel one.
Yeah.
And I downsized when I
Downsize your desk.
When I downsized my desk, mostly because I knew I was going to be using an iPad. Just logistic, different reasons. It made sense. I miss my S3. I love that thing. But the S1 does a lot of the same stuff. And
just a smaller footprint.
It does what I need, and I love it. So,
Got it.
Yeah, it's a great little box.
And then what is the iPad kind of function for?
The iPad is currently my monitor controller. So it's what's between my speakers and between my sources.
And is that Avid software or Avid software?
Yeah. That's the Avid control software.
Got it.
Yes. I can also use it as a second screen for the Dolby Atmos renderer or things like that. So yeah, I might get a second one. We'll see.
Oh, you can get a second one just to control that.
For an extra screen. But but I expected to have a dedicated monitor controller by now, but they had some production issues. So.
Got it.
Yeah.
And then
don't have it yet.
Then you got the trackball mouse.
Yep.
I've never been able, it just has one with me. I've been trying to get it, but every time it becomes annoying to me. But you obviously love it because
I love it. Yeah. The thing I like most about it is it doesn't move. It's always right there. It doesn't matter how far you have to scroll or move or whatever. Like it's right there.
Yeah.
The biggest reason I got it and got that one in particular is because it's just in every studio.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Every studio I walk into, they have the trackball, and then I get on it and I'm like, what is this thing? Just a little ball. But I know it's a science to it.
It is extremely valuable when I bought that for me to be able to walk into any studio and be able to work efficiently and quickly and not be like, oh, how do I work this thing
That's
again?
how I am.
So I wanted to be so comfortable, and so I bought the same one so that
Makes sense.
if I walk into any studio, and oftentimes in a studio you're on like a little cart basically, right? You got a keyboard and the trackball.
Yeah.
And like there's no room for anything else.
Yeah.
So you can't move a mouse around.
That's true.
So I'm assuming that's kind of why they use trackballs. But
That's true. That's true.
For me, it's comfortability and ease of transitioning between studios.
That makes sense. That makes sense. You just kind of sit down and know what you do. So you're pretty much completely in the box, no outboard gear, none of that stuff like that on your mixes. You're doing everything all in Pro Tools, just in the box.
Yep.
So what are some of the top plugins, some of the top in the box tools that you love to use that kind of make your workflow pop?
Great question. I mean, Fab Filter is like on every channel, the Pro Q3.
Okay.
That's kind of my default go-to utility plugin.
Love it. Love Pro Q.
Yeah, I do a lot of the heavy lifting of the mixing is done in EQ for me, and the Pro Q3, especially with the dynamic ability, is invaluable. So
nice.
That's everywhere for me. Wasn't prepared for this question. What do you think? I can't get away from the UA 1176 Bluey. Like that's just magic to me.
Just love it.
Yeah. And on certain things, the massive passive, same thing. Like it does its thing, and that's what I need it to do. I use a lot of like sound toys for delays.
Okay. Echo Boy.
Like everyone does. Yeah. Echo Boy. Verbs, I've been into Seventh Heaven, and everyone's got Valhalla.
I've been looking
these
at
days,
those.
So yeah,
I've been looking at Seventh Heaven. I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet, but they're not that expensive. Those aren't.
They can't. You can get them on sale, which is nice. But yeah, they can be, and they're Atmos compatible.
Okay, yeah.
So that's one reason I like that I can transition it seamlessly between my stereo mix and my Atmos mix. So I like that a lot.
Then of course the Dolby Atmos renderer, I'm sure, is like a lot of your work.
Yep, it is. Anytime you're doing an Atmos mix, you're in the renderer, but the renderer is mostly just handling things. You're still mixing in Pro Tools. So
it makes sense.
Yep.
Now I do see that you use the AirPods Max or Studio. Is that what those called?
These are the Maxes.
AirPod Max.
Yep.
So how do those incorporate into your workflow?
I use those primarily to check mixes in Apple Spatial. When I'm doing an Atmos mix, if you're listening to Atmos mixes right this second, you're probably listening on Apple Music
AirPods,
on your iPhone.
AirPods,
you're listening to Apple Spatial. You're not listening to Dolby in a room with speakers.
Got
So to be able to check Apple Spatial, I run the mix through Logic and play back in Apple Spatial, and I use that to connect to my AirPod Maxes.
Wow.
So, and I have it wired, so I can just plug it. I can just control it right on my iPad.
Got you.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I never thought about that.
Yeah.
So you're just connecting. You're using Logic, connecting it up. Your AirPod Max is in there, and so everything's feeding from the renderer in Dolby Atmos, or you're feeding outputs out of Pro Tools into Logic. How's that working?
Out of the renderer.
Out of the renderer.
Into Logic.
Into Logic.
Yes.
And then
re-rendering it into Apple Spatial.
Got it.
And then I can listen to that through my headphones.
That's cool. You're gonna have to show that one day because that sounds really. I can
Yes.
imagine. We're gonna have to. We're gonna have, once we get on the other side of the mixing stereo class, we're gonna have to do a just an Atmos. Just even if we don't do a mix in Atmos, you just gotta show how you set it up. I think that's be really really cool to see.
Yeah, it can get a little complicated to do, but to me, being able to listen to, so when you're mixing in Atmos, you're kind of mixing in 3 different formats simultaneously, which is hard.
Yeah.
You're mixing for the speaker format, which is Dolby Atmos is a speaker format. Dolby also developed they call it the binaural version, which is meant for headphones. And if you're listening to Atmos on Amazon or Tidal, that's what you're hearing.
You're hearing Dolby. Okay, gotcha.
If you're listening on Apple, they don't use that.
They use spatial.
Right. They take the speaker version and do their own spatializing of it, and they call that Apple Spatial. So they're using Dolby Atmos files, but they're doing their own processing to it. And it's drastically different. So to mix for speakers for Dolby's headphone version and for Apple's headphone version is hard.
It's 3 different.
And to do that, you have to be able to monitor all those things. So thankfully with real-time rendering in Logic now, which is relatively new, you can rig it up so you can do that.
That's interesting.
Yeah, before then we were printing it, importing it to the renderer, exporting it out as an MP4, sending it to your phone, saving it to your phone, then putting on your AirPods and listening to it that way. And you know, by that point, you're like, what was I listening to?
Right.
You know, so the ability to flip back and forth is...
And it's pretty much one-to-one, like you've listened to, you've done a mix in spatial of what you've heard on your AirPods Max, and then when it came out and you pulled it up and listened to it, it's pretty much the same. It's the same mix.
It's extremely close. Yes,
Okay.
it should be the same, but they're getting slightly different sources, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, so because you can't.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different, but yes.
Yeah, all of the other stuff that happens once it leaves your desk.
Yeah.
Because it goes to mastering. Because are they mastering in spatial, or how do you master a spatial file?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ideally.
Yeah.
But this is still very much the early days of Atmos, and people don't want to pay for it, and they don't understand it, and they don't know what it is, and so there's a little bit of reluctance to hire. And honestly, mastering an Atmos file takes a long time, so it's more expensive than getting a stereo file mastered.
Yeah.
And and so there's a little bit of a juggling there still in the market. We'll see, but yes, there are some excellent mastering engineers doing great work in Dolby, and I'm a huge fan. So
wow. That's so amazing. Well, you're definitely pioneering this area in gospel, I know for sure, because I don't know too many other engineers. I know of maybe one guy, one or two other guys that's doing anything in this realm, and I know you're probably doing the lion's share of Atmos mixes that we're hearing, or spatial audio mixes that we're hearing in gospel right now. So, you know, kudos and hats off, definitely you for pioneering that and being able to see, you know, having the wherewithal to kind of see where it's going, where the ball is going versus where it's at, you know, and tapping in and moving into that. I think that's really, really cool.
Thanks. I'm excited about the future of it.
Yeah, I think
it's still, you know, it's fun and also a pain, and you know, there's value versus cost issues and all kinds of stuff, but it's getting better and better, and it's a really cool format that I'm really looking forward to taking off. So
love it, man, love it, man. So last thing I'll talk about, I guess, because like your setup is very minimal, is all of these Grammy nominations, and then you got a Grammy award. I mean, what are some of the words? You got a lot of nominations in there. So what are some of the records that got the almost, you know, on them, and then the one that actually got you the Grammy on the table?
You know, the awards are great because they honor some really incredible artists and music, and that's really fun. And I'm really thankful to get to work with those people. But yeah, there's lots of records that I love that
don't make it,
don't even get nominated. You know what I mean? And there's plenty of records that I'm like, and it gets great attention. So, you know, the awards are the awards, but I'm always thankful for that. So the one we did win was for the Fisk Jubilee Singers, which is a group dating back to the, I think, early 1800s.
Wow.
Yeah, must be. And they did a they did a live recording at the Ryman Auditorium here in Nashville. And my friend Shannon Sanders works with them closely, along with Dr. Kwame, who was their music director. He's since passed, but yeah, but Shannon produced that, and I worked closely with him, and we put that together, and it's a special project. So, the Fifth Jubilee Singers are phenomenal. It's a tradition that's worth valuing. So
I love it, man. Love it, man. Yeah. Well, man, thank you for letting us into your space and giving us the opportunity to learn a little bit about Atmos and learn about your process. GospelProducers.com. All right, we here at the iconic Gumbo Studios. Man, look at all of this stuff, man, that's been recorded here. The home of PJ Morton and all these, and we're here with the engineer extraordinaire, none other than Reggie Nicholas.
Know your parts.
That's funny. Man, thank you for allowing us in here for this quick tour, man. Let's kind of walk through, man. Tell us a little bit about this spot, you know what I mean, just before we kind of get into the minutia of everything. Like, man, like, what do we need to know about Gumbo Studios? What's some of the iconic places it's been? I mean, we got Maroon 5 here, man. Of course, PJ.
Yeah.
Man, this is, I mean, how did this whole spot come about?
This spot, man, was really, it was a building prior to us moving in here. That was called the Music Shed, man. You know, PJ came back down, was looking for something to call his own. So we were looking at this space, another space that's now closed called the Parlor. But this space really spoke to us, and we were just like, yo, let's come and see what it's about. Checked it out, man. Had a conversation, was like, yo, let's do it. He was like, yeah, let's go with it. I was like, cool, I'm bringing my stuff. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, you can see, you know, we've done a lot of work. Some of these things are before we had this, you know. But Gumbo Studios is the name, of course, that came from his old album, Gumbo album, you know, kind of locked in. That's his thing. So, yeah, but we here, man. I want to take y'all in and show y'all some stuff, man.
Let's
see
go.
some vibes, you know?
Let's see.
Come on in. Yeah.
So this is the control room?
The control room, man. We got our little wall of fame. You know, we try to get people pictures. They take pictures, they sign them, you know, put their name. People that have come through have done usually 1 or 2 sessions, you know. Something like that. That's just some of the people. Of course, everybody not always picture ready. Got, you know, some stuff, as you can see. Watch the Sun, PJ Morton, one of his joints, The Wurlitzer.
Jeez.
You know, listen, it's something about me and P. We really definitely like. I can't work in one of those just precisely clean studios. It's something that ain't genuine for me, man. But yeah, man, this is a part of P's world right here. Right here, you know. Generally, I'm sitting here or running around like a chicken with my head cut off, man. And this is part of like my world, man. This is what's surrounding me. So you're looking at it. You see me sitting here at my desk. Got a few toys, of course. You know, we got some symphonic audio.
Yeah, let's go through the gear tour. So what you got as far as the console here?
This console, man, she's sleeping, wake her up for you. This is my console. You're gonna see it's called the SSL Origin, man. It's straight up analog console, no flying faders. Look at the name show up on there, all beautiful. Ooh. You know, meters on there. It's a really nice console. I love it. It's got some. It's really, the main thing is just that it's analog, bro. It's got the 500 series, the 500 SSL built into it, the bus comp on there. It's got drive on some of the lines, which is adding some harmonic stuff. I got my little toilet ninja friends up here, you know, keep me company when I'm here working by myself, you know?
That's funny.
of course, go up to some of the speakers. We got the micro main 27s, which are the barefoot joints.
Yeah, them things is crazy.
That's like my listening joints. Of course, I have these back here. There's some Oratones, the Aventone, Oratone kind of vibes with Rupert Neve is sitting on. Then we got the symphonic audio bigs back there. We were supposed to mount them, but we haven't mounted them yet. Just, something just for playing back the craziness. We only got one pair of the subs down there currently. We got another one in the hallway. We're probably gonna pass it up.
That's funny.
Let's go over here first back to our brain, our hub, of course, Patch Bay. Computer, all that stuff. Our main interface, which is the Orion HD, a controller for like the audio monitor stuff. We're gonna jump across, and then we looking at all of this outboard gear processing.
Talk about the candy.
The candy. So right now, what I like to do, I try to keep my stuff a little bit more organized. As far as this, so I know where I'm going. So over here is basically majority of my compression. Of course, we got the Tube Tech, legendary, clean, really transparent. We got some distressors, a pair of them. I even got them to where I can link them. It's already set up. 2 of the LC1s, which is by Tree Audio.
Okay.
DBX 560, which is like the 160s, 2 of those. Shout out to Audioscape.
I've been looking
Beast.
at those, man.
Bruh, Audioscape, they're amazing company, bruh. They really get it. They get it. They've dialed in on everything that they make that I've heard sounds amazing. I have some more stuff that's about to come in. We got the CLA 1176 Bluey, man, which is really a great thing.
You got the Black Line version.
Oh yeah, the Black Line. That's why I'm saying the Bluey, man. It's sick.
Yeah.
It's really sick. I love it. Jumping up here is the channel strip, of course, is the 737.
Yeah.
Legendary.
Yeah.
P's favorite, 1073. Mike Pre got EQ and stuff in there. I'll explain why these cables hanging in a second. 511, which is basically a clone, not clone, but the Rupert Neve version versus the Neve. See the difference in the labels. That's Neve versus Rupert Neve. This is a vintage. These are the newer Rupert Neves with the R. 511 got some some red silk on there. Got roll off, stuff like that. It's really clean. Burl B1D, which is like I drive that sometimes, as you can see how hot some of those things are. API 512Vs, which I like because they got the output control. A lot of the other ones only had the input, the gain control.
Yeah.
Then we jump over to here more to like preamps and EQ and channel strips. So warm audio, man.
Wow.
These two are 2 of the pieces I love the absolute most. This is the 1073, like that one over there, but this is their version of it, 2-channel. Still got the, of course, the preamp in there, your same EQ vibes, EQ in and out. Under here is like that same 512, but this is theirs in a 4-channel joint. Really, really like these. Listen, the drums, I could throw kick, snare top, rack toms all across here. Drums sound amazing. And then actually right below it, I could put some overheads on here, depending on which ones I got. On this, the TG2 by Chandler, bruh, amazing. That could be the whole drum vibe right there, and sonics and crazy. These right here. Let me speak about these. These probably have been around me since I really started getting into outboard gear.
Okay.
Eureka by who?
Persona.
Bruh, they was in the bag when they did them, bruh. Like, they slept on. People don't understand how deep you can go into with these, from like the actual saturation knob that kind of gives it color, all the way down to like you can select your ohms for your input, your impedance on that joint. You got roll off on there. You got an EQ. You got a compressor that's not actually bad at all. Yeah. It's all in one joint, and the price point on them were amazing. Let's go down next. So you got the Avalon U5.
Okay.
Everybody at Bass World, they just love that. It's just like staple, you know what I'm saying? And then we go over here to some extra cars. Yeah, 500 rack, which is the VP28, which is a Cappy audio, is another vibe of the 512. Really loved it, especially on some aggressive vocals. Then we got the Chandler. This is the Little Devil. I love it on bass compression. It's a compressor. It's got some nice vibes, and it got a mix knob on it. That's one thing I like, because you kind of almost parallel right away on that joint. Warm audio. This was something I acquired. I like it. I don't have too much to rave about it, but I like it. I could say that. This Inward Connections, the Brute.
Okay. So
there's a limiter. This is all you need. See these two?
Yeah.
Reduction, output level. Vocals, $1 million.
Wow.
$1 million. The ones I showed you earlier, the LC2s, to my knowledge, Tree Audio bought this company. Inward Connections is not in existence anymore.
Oh.
And the LC1, I purchased those because this is supposed to be, this is the older model of what they was trying to do. So they made those LC1s based off of this, which give you more options, like as far as your ratio, and I think one other knob, I can't remember exactly what it is. But I was in love with that until I was able to find one of these.
Wow.
You know how we get some things like back in the G, the LA2A was probably like, let's just say LA2A started up at 1,000. Then when everybody started like really listening to it, finding out about it and all the great records, then it was like $3,000.
Right.
Bruh, this thing came out, price point I think at $999.
Wow.
Resale right now, if you find one, it's upwards close to $2,000. It's amazing. I don't want to let it go ever.
Yeah.
Orature by Black Line Audio. Great, just clean preamp. This one, I actually built, soldered everything by hand, pieced this thing together, came in all the pieces. It's a clean preamp. It has a color circuit on here, which is this bottom knob. So just the input, bottom knob, and I put a 15 IPS tape circulation, emulation on it. It's really, really nice. Sometimes I'll throw that on the hi-hats really quick.
That's what I was about to ask. What do you use?
Yeah, hi-hat. Hi-hat, a lot of bright stuff sometimes because that tape vibe gives it. And I have a Neve color, but the only thing I didn't like about that is that in order to access to change out the Neve colors, because this is plug and play, I still got to take the whole 500 out. That's the only thing I didn't like. The 517, man, is good. I don't use it as much as I should, but it's got a built-in compressor that's really good. Like, it's not bad at all, just to say it's a one knob vibe. You know what I'm saying? Has a blend knob, so I usually run it through my patch bay mic inputs and stuff like that. And then if I want to plug something direct in, like a bass or instrument, I could just turn it like that. I don't understand necessarily why they wanted to blend. It's almost like a little small mixer. Yeah, but they I don't know. They did it, and it's there. I guess maybe if you only had that one, and then you want to, only like this kind of thing where it's 2 or 500, and you want to plug a bass and or guitar or something and your mic, and then maybe just to be on a mono. I don't know, maybe. This joint is a Lindell.
The Lindells, they slept on these, bro.
Yeah, they slept on them. I had 2 of them. One went down. RIP to my homie. But I had another one, and it went down. I actually love this for like a 1176 drum room crush, or just like a crotch mic crush. It's great. It is amazing. Then we drop down to this.
Yeah, now.
Warm audio.
My bag now. I have 2 of these myself.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you. Warm, I love y'all. I'm gonna say this now. I love y'all. I do. If you want to send me something, I'll take some. But Audioscape. I demoed some Audioscapes.
So you like that one better than you like the warm version?
Bro. Sorry, Warm. Sorry, Warm. Sorry. These are...
Because these
are good.
Yeah, I use these on every recording I do.
Yo, they are amazing.
Period.
But bro... If you AB the Warms against the Audioscape joints,
no comparison.
None. Few things over here. And then I got some stuff. This space is missing. I got like about my 5057, my Neve Master Bus processor, a D-Comp, which is by Audioscape as well.
Okay.
That's the monitoring joint. This is a clone of the GML, but it's a mono channel, GML EQ. This is a new joint that people don't really know about. It's called the SPL Big. It's taken from, it's an imaging joint. They took the thump, low-end bass joint from their mastering joint. But this is really for your imaging. Sometimes I'll throw it on keyboards printed in after I do it, or usually the mix bus. If you just need to open it up a little bit more,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, it does the trick.
Just like, yeah.
Oh, it's just sweet, and it's not even overpriced. All right, next to it, we got the Expressor 500, bro. It's a compressor, stereo joint. What I love about some of these, especially this one, is this thing here, the mix knob.
Okay.
The mix knob and the gain reduction limiter.
Okay.
So like, people don't really know about gain reduction limiter. So if I'm compressing and I'm hitting like 6, I want to stop at 6 dB of compression, I can set it to 6 dB. So that means that it's gonna compress, and once it gets to that 6 dB, it's gonna start limiting.
Yeah.
So I could set it to how much compression I really want, but it's really transparent. But it also has a feature in here that says warm mode. Let me see, like, it has a warm mode that warms it up even more. So I use this. Matter of fact, on the Watch the Sun album, this was, I want to say this was heavy on my percussion bus. Yeah, the percussion I was letting you hear on better.
Yeah.
I used this a lot on that because I was able to control the like I said, the gain reduction limiting, and it also just had a pumping effect, but I could also parallel all in one unit.
Interesting.
And so, like, to be able to have that much flexibility in one dog, Elysia really be onto something. They gave me, they sent to me their rack. They had like a rack or two of all of their stuff, 500s, and they were just shipping around to a lot of different engineers to demo. This is one that really stuck out with me, and their preamp. I just never got the preamp yet, but this really stuck out for me.
Wow.
Then, moving on, Rupert Neve again. I'm a Neve guy. I'm a Rupert Neve guy and Neve. 542. Tape emulation.
I've heard about those.
Yo, I had to have 2, of course, for mixed bus stuff or just like processing. Of course, I could throw a drum mono down there, but this, you can drive the mess out of it. You got blue silk, you got red silk, you got blue silk.
Interesting.
You can go 15 IPS or 30 IPS. You actually could control your input on here. You can actually bypass the tape effect in and out so you can hear your differences. But then also the saturation and the blend. That's where it's at. Because you can mash the mess out of it. It's oversaturated, but it's like parallelly stuff.
That's good.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that's one of the biggest things with like a lot of newer outboard gear that I like is having the option of parallel stuff in that one chain is amazing because you can blend it right here versus, okay, let me make another bus but I still want this. I still want to utilize this. No, it's done right here. I could just, that's the sweet spot.
Yeah.
Print it just like that. That's 2 tracks down. I ain't got to worry about this track, then another track that's printed for parallel. It's all done there. So I like a lot of these new units that have the mix knob built into it, man. It's really, really, really amazing. And then
the patch bay.
Spaghetti. Spaghetti confusion, man.
Yeah.
But let me take you on back to some of our rooms, man, our ISOs and our live rooms.
Oh, you got to talk about the boards.
Oh.
Just the boards that he has.
Again, this is PJ's World. I don't know if y'all seen it in videos and stuff like that. Let's just go and call out some names. You know, I ain't gonna get into details because, you know, he's PJ. He does what he does with these things. You know what I'm saying? So you got the Jupiter 6, right? Killing. Infamous Juno 106, man. I'm talking about, just y'all already know what that is. Mellotron. I have a love and this much hate for it. Huh?
I've been thinking about grabbing a Mellow.
I love them. You know, they make like about 3 different sizes of them.
Yeah.
The rack, the mini, and this one. I don't know about the rack, and I'm gonna tell you why after I finish talking about these consoles and these boards. The Prophet 5. Amazing.
It's prophetic.
Oh, you're flowing, sir. So the Prophet 5 and the PJ.
Yeah, that's the PJ. That's the PJ.
That's the PJ, you know what I'm saying? And for those of you that don't understand I play keyboards, I play drums. Years ago when I first touched one of the Model Ds, I did not know when I was messing around doing some stuff that doggone mod wheel pitch bend was not coming back. You got to do it. So that's why I respect players that really, really play this, because you gotta and it's got a hard indentation in it, like that.
Yeah.
Like you hear it snapping.
Yeah.
So like to be able to really do what you need to do,
it's a skill.
Yeah, it's a skill. It's not like the fatties and the sub 37 where it's just like
Snap
these,
back.
just snap back, springy. No, that's real. The mod wheel, learning all this, it's not. You can't preset unless you marking up the thing.
Yeah.
So there's no real presets on there. Now, going back to what I was saying about this, when you were saying like the rack, the one big reason why I feel and believe that we've talked about it, he likes the actual boards.
Yeah.
If you touch any of these boards, all of them, the action is different.
Yeah.
On all of these, just like from here, going here to playing an organ, an MB3, or going to play a piano.
Yeah.
Like you have, like it's something that touching these keys itself makes you play that
Different,
for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for that instrument.
Straight up. So that's one of the biggest reasons, and that's why, even with this, like when I was saying love-hate relationship, the thing with these are, and you're still limited like the old school. The sensitivity for this, I think it's like the aftertouch or whatever. Bruh, if you're not on it, you could be playing and do something, and that joint jump from 0 to skyrocket in volume. Because that's just how the old ones were. Like, you press on it, it's like, it's big difference, huge difference. So that's the only thing, we'll be in the middle of a good take, right at the end of it, and all of a sudden, that last, you're like, oh my goodness.
At you.
Yeah. So, and for me, it might sometime it'd be that one note, or it could be the chord. If it's a chord, it's good. I can automate it down. I can get it all out of there. But when that one note, you're like, can we just try to punch it? If not, we just work it out. Work it out later. So that's that. PJ's bass over here.
The P bass, huh?
P bass. PJ's P bass. Excuse the mess, but this is our inspo room. We just came from a whole bunch of big sessions, so we didn't have.
This is crazy.
Haven't had much time to really, Yeah, we got Stevie.
So tell me the story behind the graffiti.
When you got one of those modes, I don't know what to do. I'm stuck.
You're right.
All I do is listen to something like that, and it's like, okay, now
whoa.
I got something.
Exactly.
I have like every single plugin. For some plugins, you be spending like hours just trying to find that one sound. You took the time to really curate and find like a group of like sounds that's really usable, that get straight to the point.
You're giving them enough to get started, so they can walk into a room with someone and be like, all right, man, what am I missing?
I love the plug-in, man. I think it's incredible. I think people are gonna be like, wow. I mean, you got the sounds, people looking for sounds like that. Look, now they just get the plug-in.
You know what I mean? So you literally can just cook a complete record, like just from this plug-in. And for me, it's like not about a whole bunch of sounds, it's about production.
He gonna come out the gate sounding legit. Yeah. Out the gate sounding legit because of something like this. So I'm telling everybody, man, get the juice pack.
It's the truth, bro. I got to have it.
It's fire. It's definitely juice. D-Lo got the juice.
Okay, so this is guy.
Y'all got it on all of the walls.
B Mike. B Mike. He's a local guy. He does like a lot of stuff. If you've seen around New Orleans, a lot of that stuff is him. He's done a lot of stuff. I think he did something on the Will Smith tour. I know he was on the Will Smith tour, but I think he did something with the artwork for his book as well.
Gotcha.
But PJ wanted the inspiration walls and inspiration room. Some of the people that he looked up to and respect.
Definitely.
Legends, of course, Stevie Wonder.
Yeah.
Then we go over here to Brother Al, Reverend Al Green.
Yeah.
Then we got Prince over here in this corner. You know what I'm saying? And if you see like special only, like just like above there as well, he's very particular about that. Like the songs, the music has to be special.
Yeah.
It's got to be special. That's all we're doing, special only stuff. So we're going to go ahead and come back to that room, but to finish the inspo walls.
I'm excited to reveal something game-changing for us and for you as producers and musicians. I want to introduce to you Peculiar Sounds version 2. We've introduced standalone mode, allowing you to use it independently from any DAW. You can now blend up to 2 sounds to create rich and complex textures. We added in 2 brand new effects, the Lo-Fizer and the Mod Filter. The Lo-Fizer gives you instant lo-fi vibes with just a button, while the Mod Filter adds dynamic movement and flow to any sound you apply it to. And we also added the innovative new MIDI browser that provides you with hundreds of chord progressions, melodies, and drum loop MIDI files that you can drag straight into your DAW. And as a bonus, V2 now includes Sounds Off the Block expansion for totally free, bringing the total to over 400 patches. So as you can see, Peculiar Sounds V2 is not just an update, it's a revolutionary new plugin. So make sure you check the website right now and you can get your hands on this game-changing plugin.
This is the hallway leading to our live room. And if you look at the walls, we have some more of his influences. Miss Aretha Franklin. We got Brother Quincy Jones holding multiple Grammys. Brother Bob Marley. You know, and then on this wall, Marvin Gaye. Got to keep the music first, man.
That's cool.
Got to keep the music first. Let's go back over here to check out the little quick vocal boot. Just remember the name of that company too.
Special Only?
No.
Oh.
Flea.
Disco. Oh.
47. Flea 47 is one of my go-tos. I really love it. It's tubed mic. Got that vintage sound, got that vintage vibe, man. It's really, really clean. Love it. Well, when I say clean, meaning just overall, I just love the sound of it. It's definitely got some saturation from the tube stuff. Of course, you know, one of the mics, I turn it on probably like 30 minutes prior to even putting any vocal through it. Yeah. So, but this is our vocal boot. It's been used for a lot of different things, of course. You know, we use it for tuba, horns, just anything, organ Leslie, if we're doing something in there that we got to isolate it. So, and speaking of, let's take you on over to that room, to the live room. Ease on down the road. Right. So this room here, this little partition thingy, I actually use that sometimes a lot for guitar amps. So this is our live room. Where we have a Yamaha C3 piano sitting in the middle. It moves around a lot, but that's been on a bunch of records that you've heard. And our live room, of course, I have, if you look around the treatment, I've done it kind of intentionally over, like in the dead center, it's kind of the deader areas, but if I want reflections, I go move it to that side, closer to the actual windows. They have a lot more reflections off of that open surface and off of that air conditioned duct area. So I'm gonna take you over here. I usually call this room the bass room because I usually put the cabinets in here, but right now it's kind of key world. Don't know why this is on the floor. So as you can see, we got the Hammond B3, my baby, sitting over here with a custom Leslie, I think this is the 147, I think it is, or one, I forget the numbers, I get them confused all the time. Keep it on wheels because it's always moving around, and I got some nice solid wheels that don't vibrate. Got a good old Fender, that is the Hot Rod Deluxe. Then we got a Fender Rhodes over here. You can tell it's been through the storm and the rain, but it made it, huh? Sounds amazing, huh? All right. Got a whole bunch of cabinets around here. You can tell we did some video stuff. Got the name covered up, but that's a David Eden 410 cabinet. Forgot the exact model. We're gonna keep moving on. Now, this is about to look chaotic. You know how drummers do.
Yeah.
One of the kits, let me turn this down. One of the kits that we have, Yamaha, Stage Custom. A lot of people be talking about the Stage Custom, but man, you put the right doggone heads on there, tune them right, them things sing. I love them. It's not always the kit I use. We'll show you that later. Another Rhodes Mark 1.
Yeah, y'all got Rhodes everywhere.
Yeah, another Wurlitzer, bunch of bass cabinets, what you call it, cymbal bags, my rack of snares and stuff like that. Acoustic bass, bro, like bass guitars here on stands. We got a lot of options for a lot of different sounds, man. Yeah, drum pads. We did a rehearsal in here recently, so we got the SPDS set up too as well. A lot of different cymbal options, honestly, because we like different flavors, like 13-inch, 14-inch, 15-inch hi-hats, a ton of different splashes and hi-hat, crashes, about 2 or 3 ride cymbals. I really like this one. It gets a nice little, it's a Sabian joint. It's like a 22, I think it is. But it's like, it's dry, but gives me something. There's something special about that ride. Mics.
Yeah.
These mics are on here from what you call it. Some of these companies I work with, some of these companies are just, the common stuff, even if it's a session that I'm not here and somebody needs to rent a space. So I have like the normal mics, let's say, so like the E609, normal setup, SM7B, but with a modification, the Trace Audio gives me phantom power, so my gaining on it, I don't have to gain up as much because I got that phantom power and that mod in there. Beta 52 Shure. Now to the mics that you see, they're not all the way set up, and they got some on the piano too. I gotta go back to them. Solomon, Subkick, love. To me, more than the Yamaha. Right?
Really?
Yes, it's something very unique about that. And I do like the fact that I can put it on any mic stand and just keep going.
Yeah.
That's one thing over the Yamaha, definitely. This company, I can't rave about them enough, bro. Earthworks. That's what's normally set up on my drums. The full kit, except for the kick. Depends on what I'm recording. If it's a jazz joint, I'll pull out the LS, the SR25 LS, which is it captures some more of that low end a little bit more and just could handle more of a punch.
Yeah.
But these are the SR25s, of course, the tom mics and the snare mics and stuff. We're gonna get to them when we get in the other room. They're in there, but this right now, the E609s, like we're talking
man, people sleep on those.
The
man.
E609s?
Yeah,
I love them, bro. They got me through. They got me through. But
Yeah.
I'm not gonna hold you. That doggone them Earthworks.
Oh no. If you're talking about comparing to Earthworks, no.
But these get the job done. I can't say they
getting
won't.
the job
Getting the job done. They can get the
these
job
really surprised because I use these on my kit. I have the 609s as well, and like you said, the fact that I've used them on tons of records, and you'd be really surprised how much tone you can get out of those little bitty mics.
You
man.
can.
And you using one on the snare bottom too, aren't you?
Snare bottom, yes. So normally and this is one of those tricks I picked up being on the road sometimes. That first off, it became an option and we tested it out because it was easy to clamp on.
Yeah.
And sometimes you get some drummers that play so tight, you don't have much room to try to get another bottom mic stand in there. The normal go-to, and I'm really wanting to push the limits. Like everybody wants to do the 57.
Yeah.
No, so I put a 604 sometimes, or I put a 906 or a 609, which you'll normally see on the guitar cabinet.
Yeah.
Cause it's flat, I can put it on a clip like that underneath, and I get all the information. It's out the way, out of sight, out of mind, but it's there. And looking at the positioning, usually, I could put it on a certain clamp, the LP claw kind of joint, and I can have it right at the snares. Like even if it's, I can angle it so many different ways. I got so many options. So I love that. The M81, I think this is, I always get the numbers mixed up. It's the 88 or the 81. I mean the 80 or the 81. But this joint here, most people use it as a vocal mic. This is the M81. I love cause it got like a woofy to it, so you're always EQing it out vocally. But that on a snare, the body of it, and it still got that top end crisp snap, the top end. Oh, bro, so like for a snare for me, it's great. It's not much you got to do EQing wise if you got a great snare sound already. So that's like one of my go-to nows for studio, for snare top, if I'm not using like the Earthworks or something like that.
Yeah.
Let's see, let's go into the mic closet and drum room. But before we go in there,
talk about
another shout out to Earthworks PM40s. Let me see how I can show it to you. If you see this bar, let me open this up. That'll make it easier.
Oh.
They mispositioned right now because I had it closed. But these little suckers, you just can see they taped down on here because I keep them in here.
Yeah.
I keep them strapped in. Piano mics, I can record with the lid closed. I can record close, and I could still take and substitute and put some other things in here, like some 87s, 414s, 4038s, and then still throw something at the bottom to supplement. But these things do sound, they do the job. They do the job. They can handle it by themselves if they need to. And I love the Earthworks company, man. Shout out to y'all, bro. Y'all been doing y'all homework. Y'all been paying attention, because this is one of the things that we need that, they didn't really have company that's really doing it as effective. And then like, cause you get the Pezio pickup joints, but it's almost like you glue it on, you tape it on, it's stuck there.
Yeah.
These, I got mad options, listening to the song, what they're playing. Maybe I want it, and I know it's more upper stuff. I can move the whole bar kind of if I want to adjust it, and then even move the actual boosting of the necks.
That's
so I
super
get
clutch.
the imaging that I really want to do. So it's so well thought about that. And you know, they all of that stuff is like smaller diaphragm stuff, and that still picks up all of the low end and everything, man. It's really beautiful.
Super crazy.
Yeah. So as we walk through here, you're gonna see a whole bunch of extra stuff laying around. Like we got our 2 tones of Rogers kit, part of them. You know, for some of them old school vintagey vibes. You know, some percussion stuff laying around. And before we go in there, let's see. This is our, as you hear it resonating and stuff.
Yeah.
Our drums, the Rogers, another Yamaha kit. In the bags, what you can't see is my Tama Babinga Birch kit. 22-inch kick drum, 10, 12, 14, 16 toms. Amazing. This is another Star Classic kit. I think this is just the maple, I want to say. I can't remember what the wood is on this, but it's a 22-inch kick drum as well with a 12, 14, 16 floor tom, if I'm correct. If it wasn't, maybe, yes, 14, 16. I don't think it's a 16, 18. Floor tom, some more the Yamaha stuff, more snares, 8-inch joint, DW maple kind of vibes that's laying around, cables galore. And this is
the mic closet.
The mic closet. Mics for days.
I see.
Like
PJ only.
That's the Neumann.
It's the only. He's the only.
Like,
that's the exclusive.
That's the exclusive. That's exclusive right there. Exclusive. We get into like.
We focus on that.
Yeah,
there you go.
Listen.
Another shout out to our Earthworks.
Earthworks, bruh.
They be pulling y'all through.
Bruh, listen, they've been holding it down. I don't know why it's like.
Woo.
The kit. And my assistant put the wrong mics in here. Them SR25s that's supposed to be in there. Supposed to be in here. These are the actual QT-C30s. Omni. For a room. I've used this on this Disney project we just did, bruh, for choir.
Yeah. Crazy.
Crazy, bruh. Like, again, Earthworks, y'all did your good thinking and planning with some of these, with these microphones, bruh.
So how do y'all keep this, well, how do you keep it organized?
So what I normally do, the stuff that's got cases, definitely try to stay in the cases, right?
Yeah.
But here in this area, it's like more of your handheld dynamics.
Got it.
With the exception of this Neumann, which is a still a condenser, but handheld. And some of the Earthworks that's in here as well. Earthworks is just on it. I'm sorry. But yeah, the more the handheld vocally stuff in this area. Over here, you'll see the mics that's more in the long, low end register like that. We'll throw on the kick drums, floor toms, bass cabinets, stuff like that. To this side, you got more of like dynamic, but more instrument stuff like the 609s. I don't know how this doggone thing got over here. Slept on. This, let me just turn around so,
let's get it,
so you get my full expression. Biodynamic M88 kick drum.
Okay.
Leslie bottom. Bass cabinet. Horns.
Okay.
High pressure. Great sound.
Okay, I'm grabbing me one of those when I get back.
M88. This is the TG version. Bruh. On the kick drum, I use it on the Watch the Sun album, Better.
Wow.
I use it on the Gospel According to PJ, on Better. I mean, on the whole, I think all the kick drum I had it on, and majority of the organ stuff, especially when he played pedals.
Okay.
It's usually the M88 at the bottom.
Wow.
Can't go. I need to actually buy another one. We got some old vintagey vibes. We use this a little bit on Better, which is the Electro Voice. Like old school, bro. The 635 is so old school.
Wow.
Like, look, still comes with XLR.
Dang.
Yeah, so got some of those vibes, man. And then when you go up, this is my corner kind of just like of clips and adapters and, you know, your converters. This is kind of cases and small stuff like that. This RE20 should be somewhere else. Like I said, I gotta talk to the rest of my crew, see why it's so unorganized. This area, this shelf is usually all condensers, right? You got like blueberry. Actually, one of my 103, somebody's using another one right now. They loaned out a Lewitt joint. The other three out there, ribbon mics, the 4038 Coles. If you don't know about them, get on them. This is a warm audio. I think this is the 251 or the C12. The 251. I actually modified this one and put an actual vintage 251 tube in here, which made the world of a difference. What else we got up here? Some more ribbons. My 121 here. You know, the normal go-to for guitars.
Yeah.
You know, the Royal joint, beautiful.
Man.
We got the believe it or not, these two people probably chastise me for saying this. This is 2 MXL ribbon microphones.
Okay.
Not expensive. Dirt cheap. Sounds amazing.
Yeah.
I've used them on, matter of fact, on some of the strings on the albums. They've been on there for like kind of like in the XY pattern, or even sometimes room mics. And then I got like extra lanyard stuff and what is it? Case empty. Yeah, and then like some other older stuff and DIs, other microphones laying around here. Like we got a stereo set of U87s, another one up there. Older microphones. That's the Townsend.
Oh yeah.
Before it became UA, the Townsend.
Yeah.
Yo. Crazy.
Yeah, the Townsend
like
is crazy, Mike.
Crazy. Like
slept on too.
Slept on, bro. That's why when I saw that UA was buying it, I was like, somebody's paying attention.
Yeah.
Somebody's paying attention. Yeah, some more other mics. Golden Age, we have a Golden Age audio clone of the Sony C800.
Oh.
When I get those good old rap sessions and some of the, depending on the vocalist, but like, that thing is beautiful, man.
Yeah.
Let them tools warm up, let it get warm. It's beautiful, man. It's really beautiful. This Lewitt, actually, PJ brought it over. The 440 DM. Little thing, but packs a mean punch. Tried this out on the floor time one day.
Get the job done.
What? I think they were supposed to be making this like to model the 57.
Right.
You could tell kind of like by the build.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on this, but blew it out the water.
Wow.
Out the water, bro. So, and then I don't know last time I seen one even in production or anything like that. Oh, another cheap sucker. Behringer.
Really?
Not even a B2.
See, nobody would expect the B1.
A B1. Nobody expected there to be one in here.
Will there be one?
Yes.
Will there be one?
It just came out the clamp. That, I can tell you what I use it for.
Okay.
Kick out.
Really? Why kick out?
First off, honestly, because I just don't care about it enough to like worry about the diaphragm get messed up or anything like that. But it still gives me the full range.
Yeah.
And when you think about a lot of the cheap microphones, already have what kind of EQ curve? A smiley face.
Yeah.
When I'm throwing it on a kick drum, on the out, I'm looking for that attack.
Yep. Yep.
I'm looking for that low end. I'm trying to scoop out that middle part.
That's good. I see.
So if it's already in the mic EQ for me.
That's good. We're going to try that.
You know what I'm saying? So that's one of those things. And then of course I'm not, we deal with gospel a lot.
Yeah.
I deal with gospel a lot. Jazz, New Orleans style and stuff like that. I'm not about to put no 87 on the real 103 over or that 47 on that, enough for them to blow my diaphragm.
Yeah, they blow it up.
You know how we all know how the musicians are, especially the drummers. Sound check. Boom, boom, boom. Go time, get in the rig.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. Nah, I'm not doing that. Yeah. So yeah, man, that's majority of my closet, man. On my closet, that box down there, it's my friends. That's my friends down there, bro. Like that's I had this problem with you ain't gotta put this water in there, but I had this problem with collecting pops.
Oh.
So like, cause I used to be in the studio by myself, man, all the time. So I legit used to collect. You'll laugh at me for some of them. These are my friends, like I showed you in there, my ninjas. My clients brought me that.
Oh.
George Jefferson, like I got like so many. They got the Prince ones in there.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, bro. Coming to America, I got somebody got me this too. I actually can't remember the big Michael Jordan pop. So yeah, it's a thing, man. It's a thing.
Hey, every studio has to have a thing. Mine's Star Wars, so.
Really?
Yeah. Hey, you see I got the hat on, so.
Oh, you sure? I ain't realized that.
Yeah, I'm a Star Wars nerd.
But yeah, keyboards again. Keyboards. Yeah, man, this is all.
This is Gumbo.
Yeah. This is Gumbo Studios, man.
It's a perfect name because it's just such a, Gumbo is like, that mixed pot of just everything.
Drop it in there, and guess what? When it comes together, the final product.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, it's always something that you just be like.
I'm preaching better than you shouting here, doc. Yeah. Nah, man, but yeah, this is it, man, and we here in New Orleans, man. Again, big old melting pot, bro. Like, I mean, just all kind of sounds and styles, bro. From the influences from got the bounce to the gospel to just hip hop. It's just all over. So we just want to make sure we had a place that it can hold all of that, house all of that stuff, and then even PJ with his workflow and how he likes to do things. I mean, if you are a PJ follower, you've seen this place a lot of times in different vibes. Times where you probably seen him and you even know. We was right here. We shot a lot of not movie stuff, but videos and TV show stuff and all that in here. So, but yeah, man, this is it. All the normal stuff. It's looking like a studio right now because I just got back. PJ's still gone currently, but we're gonna get it back right, man, to a better looking vibe. But come see us, man.
Yes, sir. How can they connect with y'all if they want to get some work done?
Look, we got the Gumbo Studios email and Instagram. Email is booking@gumbostudios.com. Website, we don't do a website, but the Instagram is Gumbo Studios @Gumbo Studios. And I'm Reggie Nick, REGGIENIC. I run it. Just reach out anyway. We got you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, though?
Appreciate you letting us in here, bro.
Oh, you already know, man. Guess what? Bless your heart and all your parts. Yeah.
All right, now.
Today, I want to introduce to you Loop Elements Pro. This represents a very innovative new way of using loops. And guess what? It's standalone, not only as a plugin, but it's also standalone outside of the DAW, which means you can now use loop elements in your live performance. This isn't just a plugin. It's the ultimate tool for creatives and producers. Whether you're layering loops, creating click track, creating beats, building arrangements, soundscapes, Loop Elements Pro gives you the power to create without limits. Loop Elements Pro is now available. Go get it now.
I'm down here at the Vocal Inc. production studio. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna talk with Cedric Thompson, producer extraordinaire. We're gonna tour his setup today. So let's go in and see what he's talking about. What up, Ced, man? How's it going?
What's up, bro?
Man, pleasure, man, pleasure. So we're here at your studio, man.
We're in Vocal Inc., man. Welcome, man. Welcome. Let me show you guys around, man.
Man, well, starting here, man. What's we got here?
This is
this your Grammy? Yeah, that's your Grammy.
That's one of the Grammy. That's for the Old Happy Day project.
Yeah.
And so here and a partner with Tim Campbell. That's his piece there as well. And actually, this is. Was previously owned by Fred Story.
Okay. Tell me the story behind Fred's story.
Yeah, Fred is a film composer.
Okay.
You know, and so even a lot of the commercials and whatnot, major ads that we've seen, you know, he's behind the compositions.
Wow.
And a lot of the movies in the whole nine. So initially, this was filled up with maybe 9, 10 Emmys.
Dang.
Yeah. So that's Fred. And then right before we came in as well, Elevation used to use it.
Right, that's what I heard about. The Elevation was using this spot.
Yep, and so I've been here now about a year and a half. I love it.
Man, that's crazy.
Love it.
So show us around, man.
Let me show you, man. So here, as we come down, you know, this is what we're going to be using as a office.
As an office.
Know, we just kind of throwing storage stuff in there, you know, and that's a table, you know, that using for podcasts and stuff. Another little storage area. So this is so you'll notice the recording rooms are numbered. And
like this guy, what, 3?
Yeah, this is 3, and the control rooms are letters. So and I'll show you mine as well. So this is a smaller booth where you could do voiceovers or even record vocals or whatnot, you know. And like I say, it's a smaller booth. It's set up. Good sound as well.
What kind of mics we working with in there?
Yep. So this here, this is an 89.
Okay, 89.
Yeah, this is an 89. One of our 87s is in the other room. This is my control room here.
This is C, right?
C, control room C. There are 3 control rooms in the studio. They're all mirrored each other in terms of the setup.
Yeah.
But they're all outfitted with our own gear.
Got it.
As well. So this is my dome here, and this is where I cook.
Wow, wow.
So it sounds great in here.
No, this control room sounds amazing. Like the way the setup is with the acoustics and all of that. And then you got the S90.
S90. So actually, this particular board, a good friend of mine, he used to be here in. He eventually had moved into this room before I came.
Okay.
He was in the back as well. Dante Dowling.
Oh yeah.
So this was his board, and when he decided to outfit one of his rooms at home, he said he didn't have the space for. Because he's mainly focusing on mixing.
Right.
So he does production and stuff as well, but I think his outfit, he was like, you know, he didn't have the space for that along with what he had. So
got it.
So I still have my controller, 2 of them at home as well, but he left it here and it's been sitting ever since, you know.
So you just been, when it was sitting, you using it.
Yep.
So, but you using it mainly as a controller?
It's just a controller.
Gotcha. So you're not really using the sounds.
Yeah, so I'm heavily, I'm all in the box, you know, once I get in, you know. And,
got it.
And you helped me actually purchase this Clark technique.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Speaking of, you got out the box. When we talking about in the box, you got out the box. So you got the Clark Technic.
Yep. So because if you remember, before I made the purchase, I gave you a call.
Yeah.
And because I was worried, you know, whether or not if
because it's being so cheap.
Right.
Like, it was in a 76 for like $300. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Exactly. So you gave me the info as well about the modification on it.
Yeah.
And so I went that route, and
sounds good.
Can't tell the difference, man.
Wow.
Can't tell.
So how many productions does that make it on? Do you use it when you're tracking? Use it pretty much?
I mean, probably 95% of it.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, and then you got the Avalon.
I have the 737.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't use it a whole lot. Of course, I run bass through it.
Yeah.
And even if I want to reamp a bass,
you'll pipe it back through there.
I'll pop it back through there. Occasionally, I'll run a vocal through there as well.
Okay.
I like the way it warms up the vocals as well.
Yeah. DBX.
The DBX. Sometimes I'll use this on snare.
Really?
So outside of that, you know, it sounds like trashy.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah. Really cheap compressor, but it works for a snare.
Exactly, yeah, and I'll run overheads through the Focusrite here.
The Focusrite, yeah.
The ISA2, and that's just a mic splitter here.
Yeah,
and I have the
UAD interface. Apollo, what's that? The X?
That's the X6.
Okay,
and the Apollo 16 here.
Okay, so how many channels between both of those you piping in?
Here, this has 2 unison preamps.
Okay,
I can go in and then another like 6 inputs, line ins.
Gotcha.
And then I can go 16 in plus 8 at in as well.
Gotcha. So you're doing like 24 altogether?
Up to 32.
Up to 32.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So then plus I have another 16 with the audience.
With the audience joints.
Yeah. And those sound great. And my monitoring system with the D-Box.
Got the D-Box. Do you sum through the D-Box any?
I used to.
Yeah, but you don't really do through it anymore.
I used to until I got, because I like the way the converters sound on on the X series of the Apollos. But I used to sum out through here, man, and before that, I was just 2-tracking out.
Yeah.
But when I started, when I was summing through here, man, it seemed like it added some more air and a little more depth to it as well, man.
Yeah, I've been considering. I've been eyeing the D-Box for years, trying to decide, you know, if I want to invest in it or what have you. Because I know most people are using it for monitoring. But the summing feature was always interesting to me.
Yeah, I love it, and then the internal the clocking on it. For that purpose, so this is.
Then you got the gear.
I call this my classic rack.
Okay.
Of course, got the.
I'm excited to reveal something game-changing for us and for you as producers and musicians. I want to introduce to you Peculiar Sounds version 2. We've introduced standalone mode, allowing you to use it independently from any DAW. You can now blend up to 2 sounds to create rich and complex textures. We added in 2 brand new effects, the Lo-Fizer and the Mod Filter. The Lo-Fizer gives you instant lo-fi vibes with just a button, while the Mod Filter adds dynamic movement and flow to any sound you apply it to. And we also added the innovative new MIDI browser that provides you with hundreds of chord progressions, melodies, and drum loop MIDI files that you can drag straight into your DAW. And as a bonus, V2 now includes Sounds Off the Block expansion for totally free, bringing the total to over 400 patches. So as you can see, Peculiar Sounds V2 is not just an update, it's a revolutionary new plugin. So make sure you check the website right now and you can get your hands on this game-changing plugin.
I really just kind of use this for additional inputs.
Yeah.
With the
Focusrite
18i 20. And so this is a line mix of that, the
route. So you use the route through your racks.
Exactly as well. So so that's
man. So let's see. You got the Yamaha. You got the Motif.
You got the ES
rack.
You got the XR, the Phantom. The Triton rack. The classic Motif here. The 1080, and I have all of the cards for it. That's on the inside of it as well. Here,
Planet Fat,
man.
I wanted one of them back.
Man, let me tell you, I still pull up sounds on here.
Really?
Not only just like synths or bass, synth bass sounds, but even the drums. Man,
that's what I was about to say. The drums.
You'd be surprised the way them drums knock.
Gosh,
they
used to. I always wanted. That was one of the coveted modules I wanted back in the day.
Really?
We never could. We broke. We was broke. But being broke made us rich. That's what the crazy.
You know how to overcome it. Yeah,
you learn how to overcome.
Come on,
but no, it was that Planet Fat was where it was at.
That
man.
Planet Fat, man, and I also had the Emu. They made like several series.
Yeah, they had the Mo-Fat one.
They had the Mo-Fat, the classic keys.
I remember them. Yeah,
and the whole night. Yeah, so I have the classic keys in another rack at home. And this is what a lot of people ask me, as it relates to my pianos and stuff, back on the earlier records, the P330.
Gosh.
So
this is the P330 That's the piano sound that we heard on all them classic records. This is the actual module that you use.
This is the actual module that I was using. Yeah, a lot of people thought I was using the MKS-20.
Yeah.
But it was the PD-30.
So all those Donald Lawrence records, all of that stuff.
All those pianos, yeah, coming from
We're looking
PD-30.
at a piece of history here.
Yep. And this here, I need to get a new battery for it, but this,
Sonic.
The SQR, this is sentimental to me because this was my so my very first keyboard was a Roland D10.
Yeah, I remember
right
D10.
after that, this was the very next thing I got.
Okay,
I purchased. So even on those early records, like some of them horns and stuff I was doing.
Was the SQR?
Yep. And the TG55.
Dang.
The ASR, like a lot of those Rhodes.
ASR 10, yep.
Never Seen the Righteous intro to that. Rhodes on that. The guitar, I don't know if you're familiar with Minister first record, but they did a song, Trusting God, and everybody thought it was a live guitar player.
And that was the ASR 10.
ASR 10. Yeah, the best guitar patch that I've heard. Wow. I haven't heard one to beat it yet.
Wow.
Even with all of the plugins and stuff that I have.
Yeah, you hadn't heard anything.
I haven't heard one to beat that guitar patch yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so and this the old Elises.
Yeah.
Here, with the
ADATs on it and stuff.
Yeah, and the hard drive version.
Oh yeah. The hard disk recorder one.
Yeah.
I remember that. That was another piece that I used to want back. I used to sit back with the Sweetwater magazine used to come back in the day, the actual big ones. And I used to circle all the stuff that I wanted. This was the teenager. I circled all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And I remember my daddy, he went and calculated it all. He's like, this boy want like $100,000 worth of stuff. He done circled it as bad. What does this do?
So the deal with this, man, was I very seldom actually recorded to that.
Yeah.
It was a kind of expensive way for me to go about this route, but I had another custom rack that this used to be in, and I was basically really just using this to send out optical.
Really?
ADAT.
Yeah.
Go ADAT in.
Out in and out. That was got it. That makes sense.
So I had a guy in Maryland on my other rack that's in my production room at the house. He customized a optical rack for me.
Dang.
So on that it's got optical inputs on it, some RCAs and some XLRs on it.
Wow.
That he made for me. So that was the way that I was able to go in, digital in and out. Yeah.
Jeez, man. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. And then monitors, what are you using for monitors?
Of course,
HS5.
The HS5s, I love those. I've tried some other monitors, man, but I'm still just used to those.
Yeah.
And again, that's because of years of being on the NS10s.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
But
those are my favorite too. I know I have those. Those my first set of monitors. That was actually a pair of HS5s.
Yeah.
That I got back in like 2010, 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of my first actual pairs. Like before then, I was just using headphones.
Yep.
But these were like my first like actual studio monitors.
And I know them, and I know, and like I said, I have the Adams at home.
Okay.
As well, love those as well. But I mean, these are my go-tos, man. And
really,
my sub back there is a JBL sub.
Okay.
And these are the JBLs. They are the 4300 series. I can't remember the exact model number, but I know those.
Yeah.
So I mean, if it's not broke,
don't fix it.
Don't fix it.
So what are you doing using as far as computer?
As far as computer, I have an older. It's a MacBook Pro back here.
Okay.
That I have. It's a believe it or not, this one is a 2018.
Okay. Yeah.
So
that's not too bad. Still within our.
It gets and it gets the job done. I got it fully maxed, in the whole nine. I'm getting ready to actually get the Mac Studio.
That's what I want. Yeah, that's my next buy.
Yeah,
the Mac Studio.
I'm getting ready to get the Mac Studio, and I have another laptop in my production room as well.
Okay.
And But there as well, I'm thinking about also, just for the sake of it, I have an older the cheese grater.
Yeah, the Mac
And
Pro.
I'm thinking about getting that pimped out.
Yeah,
you know,
I had one. I had an old a 08 Mac Pro.
Yeah,
I did the same thing too. We took it. I had like probably 4 or 5 hard drives in that thing.
Yep.
I had upgraded it to like 12 core.
Yeah.
I had like 64 gigs of RAM in it. Yeah, and it. I mean, I just got rid of it a few years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
So I was getting ready to get rid of mine until.
Check this out. You can help support the channel. You can support what we do at Gospel Producers by simply picking up some of our merch, like our Juice hoodie. The hoodie season is upon us. We got the GP shirts. We got the GP hoodies. One of my favorites is the Humble Hustle shirt. Get you the Humble Hustle shirt or hoodie. You just type in Gospel Producers on Amazon. We're right there. And what I have on right here, it's our not famous but fruitful. I ain't famous, but I am fruitful shirt. The long sleeve again. We're getting to that long sleeve season, so you want to make sure you grab that. I'll link down in the description if y'all want to support your boy. It's lunch money.
I saw. Are you familiar with what is this site? Pro Tools Expert.
Yeah, Pro Tools Expert. Yeah.
So I saw one of the guys. He had. So I have the 2010 version.
Okay. Yeah. See, if I had a 10, I'd probably still have it.
Yeah. So I don't. I haven't used it in a couple of years though. But likewise, I was just kind of get ready to get rid of it as well until I saw he had his upgraded to the point that he's able to use Thunderbolt on it.
Oh wow.
Well.
Okay.
Yeah. So he had it outfitted. So I'm good to do it.
Yeah.
I just can't find anybody
that's competent enough to do it.
That part.
Yeah. If I had a 10, I probably would still have mine as well. I had that 8, and it was just the farthest I was able to go was USB 3. I had a USB 3 card in the back of it. And that was the stopgap. I couldn't do Thunderbolt. I couldn't do anything else beyond that. Yeah. And if somebody figured it out after I'd been done got rid of it by the time anybody figured it out.
Yeah.
But if I would have been able to do Thunderbolt, I probably would still have it.
Yep.
That's good.
And up here, I have this is a go-to.
Okay.
It's a portable version of the 610.
Yeah.
The UA 610.
Yeah, that 610 is where it's at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Warm.
What's your primary using it on?
So I'll use this on vocal and room mic.
Yeah.
As well, especially if I want that saturation on it, to pump this and do like that or so.
Yeah. Yeah, 610 was one of the first compressors that I like hardware compressors that I had ever like seen in person. Like when I was like, what is this? And they were like, oh, that's a compressor. And I was like, what kind of compressor? And they was like, it's a 610. And I was like, what's a 610? I'm trying to figure out what these numbers mean. Right. They people, you run into an engineer and you just getting into music and you don't know nothing about it.
Right.
And then they throwing around, there's a 2A, that's a 76. That's a 670.
That part.
What does these numbers mean?
But I see you using and I'm thinking about grabbing a few pieces because you have a few warm pieces.
Yeah, I love warm. I got the Pool Tech version that they did the clone.
Yeah.
I got the 73 Pre's. I got the Tone Beast. I got the I think the 2A that I have is the Clark Technic 2A.
Okay.
But I had it modded through Black Lion.
Okay. Yeah.
And then we have the 76 that was modded through that as well. Well, so yeah. But I have the Pool Tech, the Pool Tech clone.
Yeah.
And I've been looking at that the tape version that they just did. It was the MPX thing that they just dropped.
Okay.
They just dropped a tape emulator.
Oh wow.
Rack.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about getting rid of
But I've been looking at the Pool Tech version as well, man. So
I don't. That's everything I record.
Yeah,
goes through the Pool Tech, just about everything, especially vocals.
Yeah.
Like that's just it. That's just what it is. It's part of the chain. I've never had an actual Pool Tech, but if that's as everybody say, that's as close as it gets with their emulation that they did, and so I love it. I use it on everything.
Wow, sweet.
Yeah.
So I mean, and I'm not necessarily just a brand hog.
Yeah.
In the whole nine.
Yeah.
For me, if it gets the job done.
It gets the job done.
As a matter of fact.
You gotta tell us about this.
I ordered, so I saw a bunch of people online talking about this Timu mic.
Yeah, the 87
clone. So I was like, for the heck of it, man, you know, $30-something or so. I ordered it, and I used it the other day.
Wow.
On a vocal, and surprisingly, man, it sounds pretty good.
This feels
it's
like
very light.
I mean, it's metal, but
Yeah.
it almost feels plastic. Like it feels
does,
light
doesn't
enough to be plastic, but it's like a little metal shell.
Yep.
And they put the little red thing on there, almost make it look like a no, man, that's funny.
Right, exactly.
And so you use this on a session?
I use this, you know, as a secondary mic.
Yeah.
You know, I had a 87, you know, on the vocal, but I use that, you know, as a secondary, you know, to AB.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's got a little more top end to it.
Yeah.
As well, and the noise ratio is a little higher.
Yeah.
But other than that, man, I mean, you run it through the right chain or whatnot.
It'll sound good.
It'll sound good, man. Yeah.
$30 mic. Heard it from Sid.
So it goes to show you, you know, it's not in the price of it, you know, or the name sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
It's what gets the
Because you
job.
got all of the Chinese stuff on the box.
That part.
Japanese stuff on the box. Like, we didn't even know what it was. And they gave you a little bag for it and everything.
That part, you know.
The shock mount.
The shock mount. You know,
That's
it's
crazy.
It's plasticky, but, you know, it held.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So this is your control room. So what is the rest of, because I know you have y'all have like other writing. It's kind of like a shared space.
It is.
Right.
Yeah, let me show you. Let me show you what happened. So
when you got one of those modes where I don't know what to do, I'm stuck. You're right. All I do is listen to something like that, and it's like, okay, now I got something.
Exactly.
I have like every single plugin. For some plugins, you be spending like hours just trying to find that one sound. You took the time to really curate and find like a group of like sounds that's really usable, that get straight to the point.
You're giving them enough to get started so they can walk into a room with someone and be like, all right, man, what am I missing? I love the plug-in, man. I think it's incredible. I think people are gonna be like, wow. I mean, you got the sounds, people looking for sounds like that. Look, now they just get the plug-in.
You know what I mean? So you literally can just cook a complete record, like just from this plug-in. And for me, it's like not about a whole bunch of sounds, it's about production.
He gonna come out the gate sounding legit. Yeah. Out the gate sounding legit because of something like this. So I'm telling everybody, man, get the juice pack.
It's the truth, bro. I got to have it.
It's fire. It's definitely juice. D-Lo got the juice.
Like I said, you know, it's a shared space as it relates to the recording room.
Yeah, so how do y'all route stuff around?
Yeah, so these are the patch inserts and whatnot, and I'll show you how they're patched.
Okay.
It's in a universal area or a general area.
Okay.
Area, should I say? But this is how I actually get in, you know, into the box or into the outboard stuff here.
That's crazy.
You know, and I'll show you here. So here is where everyone, you know, would actually patch in, you know, depending on whatever room that we're using.
Okay.
So one row is dedicated to one of the control rooms. There are three here, as I stated. Yeah, so one row is dedicated to one of the control rooms. You know, another row is dedicated to my room, and likewise to
Tim's room.
To Tim's room, exactly. And then you know, each one of the studios are patched in. And then here, this is how we're able to see who we're working with. You know, so we patch into either one of the cameras.
Oh, okay. So because y'all using SDI. So that's how y'all patch in to see because y'all don't have the booth, like the window.
Right.
So you patch into the SDIs and then y'all get a feed in y'all control room in whatever room that you're trying to record in.
Most definitely.
Wow.
Most definitely. Yep. So that's that, and then this is the playback
hearback system.
The hearback system. I'm sorry. Yeah. You know, and we mainly use the P16s though for our hearbacks.
Nice.
So although, you know, we have different recording rooms here.
Yeah.
This is mainly my go-to here.
Yeah.
You know, either between this or a Studio 2, which you'll see shortly. But I always just like being in this room, man.
Yeah.
You know, I like the feel of it.
Yeah.
You know, and
feels
of course,
like a studio.
Yeah, and it sounds great.
Sounds great. It sounds amazing in here.
You know, and
And then the ceilings are really, how high are these ceilings? This is like got to be what, 16 feet?
Roughly, right at 17, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
that's nuts.
So, so basically, so normally, what I'll do is roll this piano over if I have like a gang of vocals, you know, a choir or so, you know, I have them here, and I'll roll this out and set up, and like I said, man, we get great sounds out of here.
So this the sit. What kid is the Pearl?
This is the Pearl custom.
Yeah.
Here the recording series. I'm sorry.
Okay, recording series.
Yeah, and great sounds, man. This a very universal drum kit.
Yeah.
You know, everyone that's been here using the kit, you know, I mean, it's been used on rock records, folk records, of course, you know, my gospel stuff.
Yeah.
Trap stuff as well.
Wow.
You know, jazz stuff, and it's this one kit, and I have another tom, and you know, stored behind here as well, and but I mean, it sounds great. Sounds great. And
so you got all the
host
drum
of snares and stuff here as well.
That was hidden. I didn't even know that. I wouldn't even guess that was back there.
Yeah.
So you got all of the drum tech stuff back here.
And you can see that's my fifth tom there.
Wow.
Yeah. So we and you know, the miscellaneous stuff, cables and all that kind of stuff.
That's cool.
And the whole nine. So, and this piano actually, so Tim got this from a friend of his. I think they were giving the piano away from the church.
Okay.
In Maryland.
Yeah.
And so had it transported here, man, and we had it, you know, conditioned and tuned and the whole nine, and I've used it on occasion, and it sounds great. It feels good too, you know. Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah, good action on it.
Yeah. Gosh.
Yep.
Steinway.
Yep.
It's got to be a Steinway.
Steinway.
That's cool. So, and when you're tracking in here, I mean, I think you was talking about this earlier. The mic, is this pretty much the mic you use for
so
setups?
This mic, this is my go-to mic on lead vocals.
Okay.
It's by Lawton.
Oh yeah, the Lawton audio joint.
Lawton audio, and they call it the Eaton mic as well.
Okay.
But this mic, I mean, it sounds great. Tube mic.
Wow.
And it has a setting on it for on the back here, forward, neutral.
Interesting.
And gentle, I think it is.
For the tube, for the saturation.
For the saturation in the whole.
So how long does it have? You have to warm it up before a session and all of that stuff like that. Is it just pretty much plug and play, or?
No, I generally warm it up probably a good 10 minutes or so.
10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Not bad. It's not bad.
Yep.
Dang. And it's Omni too?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Great mic, man.
Man, mixing is a very, very hard art to master. I know because I've been trying to master this art for several years. That is one of the reasons why I do Mix Mondays. It's a learning environment, and every mix that I do, I learn something new. And I've taken everything that I've learned over the years and we have poured it into our mixing templates. Mixing templates are a great starting place, and we have created several templates that allow you to get up and going quickly, and we have created them for Logic Pro X. We have created them for Pro Tools, for Studio One, for Ableton Live, and so many others. So if you're interested in taking your mixing to the next level, or even just getting started, make sure you check out these links down below in the description of this video and grab your template today. All right, back to the show. So, so the TV, so is that for like does the client see that? Is that for like showing them the session, or is that just?
So you can do AirPlay to it as well, but it's, you know, it kind of serves as a multi-purpose unit. That then plus you'll see, you know, the PlayStation and stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah,
as well.
Yeah, it's, you know, kick it in and cooling too, so they want to play some games.
That part.
Yeah. Every studio needs that.
And then we we had I had a session in here one time where they were doing a podcast. And they needed a bigger screen, you know, to do a presentation on.
Got it.
As well.
So they did that. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes total sense.
Yep.
This is sweet, man. I mean, I love it. And then that's the camera over there too, where they can.
Yeah. So it's 2 cameras in here.
Okay.
So and depending on which view you want to see, is here, and then to capture the front view.
Yeah, there's one over in the corner over there. Gotcha.
Well. Yeah.
That makes total sense. That's good. So
the guy, the guy who actually designed the studio, Dave. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing his last name right. I think it's Dave Rochester.
Okay.
It's Dave Rochester or Dave Rochester. I'm mixing it up, but he was the one that actually designed when the original owner when he purchased it and had it outfitted. He designed the studio and he did a great job, man.
No, this is amazing.
Yeah.
This is amazing. Okay, so this is the mic closet.
So we use it as a mic closet as well. These are like a host of where we keep most of these are like the dynamic mics that we keep here, and these are my go-tos. Right now it looks a mess.
Yeah.
But the 414s, so I'm using these. If I'm not, putting separate indie on vocals, I'm using these as a pair. And then hold on, let me show you these Normans 184s. I love these. I use these for the room and overheads as well on drums.
Wow.
Yep. Sound great. And like I said, have a host of mics here. Those are the 184s. And keep these here. Flashes for the humidity. C12.
So y'all got them all.
Yeah, the tube. And of course, this is warm as well. And down here we have, some other tube mics. I got another 414 down here.
Wow.
I have the Avalon mic that everybody call the Taylor Swift mic.
Oh, yeah, Taylor Swift mic.
Yeah.
So y'all got one of those.
Yeah. Are you familiar with this mic here as well? I use this sometimes as well. It's by Aston.
Oh yeah, the Aston joint.
Yeah. It sounds great. The Origin.
Spirit. Yeah, the Origin. Spirit. Yeah.
They have the Origin and the Spirit. Yep.
Gosh. And so you use this more on what, vocals?
On vocals, yep. And I've used it also as a supplemental overhead as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Super dope.
Yeah, it sounds great, man.
So y'all just got the dream of everything that y'all could ever.
Yeah, and Tim here, he he's the guitar guy.
Yeah.
And let me see, this is another, if I can get it open, another U89.
Man.
Here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, y'all got the stuff over here.
Yep. Just fell off, but this.
Yeah. Gotta get the job.
And this is a little darker than the 87.
Than 87.
Yeah. And a couple of other mics here. And like I said, workspace, in terms of
whatever you
need to do, repair stuff. And this is a Yamaha Maple custom set.
Wow.
But most of the time, my pearls are out.
Yeah.
That's it, man.
Wow, man. So this is amazing. Man, thank you so much for allowing us to come through your space, man.
Oh, man, it was my honor, man, and I had a blast, and thank you, for including me,
Yes, sir.
Like I say, I watch all of you, I try to watch all of your episodes, sometimes it's late, man, but I'm enjoying all of the work that you're putting
Man,
out.
thank you so much,
You know,
man.
that and the plugs, of course, man. This stuff sounds great, man. So keep them coming, man.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Keep
sir.
them coming. We love them.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much. So if they want to contact you, if they want to get with you for some production work, for some mixing work, mastering work, whatever, how can they connect with you?
Email is Cedric, Cedric, without the K. Cedric at CedricThompson.com, and Cedric Thompson on Facebook and Instagram as well.
Awesome. Well, we thank you guys for hanging out with you. We're going to get into some more dope stuff that we're working on over here, so you'll be able to see some of that stuff a little bit later. We appreciate you guys taking out the time to watch. We'll talk to you guys on the next one. GospelProducers.com.
Everybody, Gospel Producers here, and no, I am not John Mike. It is actually your boy Stephen L. Dukes, and today we got a treat for you. I get to hang out with the amazing Jamel Kimbrough, the producer, writer, arranger, engineer. He can do your taxes. Whatever you need, Jamel can do it, and he actually opened up the doors of his studio to let us see what he got. Jamel, thank you so much, my good man.
My brother, good to see you, man. Hey, man, you look good today.
You look good too.
Like, man, we was in the same vein today, right?
Like, the competition started.
Man, listen, I already know you're gonna come with it, so I gotta come ready, bro.
You did great.
Good to see you, man. Thank you.
Thanks for opening up your home to us. You know, before you even take us to the studio, I couldn't help but notice.
This black beauty right here.
I'm just saying, everybody ain't got a piano in a family room.
They don't, man. This is a gift from my wife, man. She actually bought me this on my birthday. I think my 45th or 46th birthday. I can't remember, but I showed up and this was here. Okay. I love it, man.
All right, man. Take us down to the studio.
Let's go, man.
All right, so this looks like signatures. Tell me a little bit about what this is and why.
Bro, man, like there are some places, man, where I've seen the Wall of Fame. So
yeah.
They'll come in and they'll have like artists that they've worked with to sign and put their print on the date that they record. Like my brother, this is Todd.
I think I know this guy.
Yeah, you know Todd very well.
Mr. Delaney.
So when we did the Journey Continues, this last album, I try to have him sign it every time we do an album.
That is dope.
You know what I'm saying? So I got his space wherever he is, man. So yeah, man, Ty Scott Records, they came here. I don't know why he made it so big. I guess it was.
There's probably no room for somebody else.
Stucky.
Yeah, man. You got family members? I know you got some family here
do.
too.
Oh, speaking of family member, I just lost my grandmother, man. Rest in
I'm
peace.
so sorry to hear that.
Lola Gilmore. But I just lost her, and she signed, right here. This right here is going to always be special to me, man, because first of all, my granny is the one that introduced me to the music.
That's so crazy.
So I would go over, she had piano, organ sitting right next to each other. She taught me how to read music before I went and learned how to read.
That's so dope.
This woman is special to me, man. So she just died maybe about a month ago.
Wow. I won't even ask you to go through all the legendary folks.
Hey, man, you remember when we did Isabel Davis?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Isabel is on here.
Isabel was on here, man.
Let me see.
So many giants in here.
Look at who is this? You know who this guy is? Egler.
Oh my God.
Tom Egler, man. One of the best drummers we know.
Definitely is on here too. I'm gonna shamelessly plug myself.
Oh, there you are. I knew you was on here.
I signed on here too, y'all. I play guitar a little bit, just a little bit.
Love you, bro. Keep writing the songs the whole world sing. That's crazy, man. Thank you for that.
You've been doing that
because that's been my heart, man. Is if the world can't sing it, why am I doing it?
And then one of my favorite signatures on here is probably this one right here.
Oh, this one?
This one,
Dude, this is the original signature. So when I got this done, this was the first signature that went out.
So crazy.
My handwriting's not that great, but 12/31 is when I got my house. I got my house built in 19. We moved in October. They finished this early, right before Christmas. They finished down here.
and then you were able to open a space.
Yeah, so they move pretty quick, man.
Yeah, that's dope. So let's take a look at the rest of the space.
Absolutely, man.
I've been knowing you for 20 plus years, I feel like, already.
100%.
And just seeing where you came from and how you're one of the most humble guys I've ever met. Nobody would ever know the extent of the type of records you've worked on.
Yeah.
So we sitting here looking at a wall full of Billboard number ones, which most people never even chart.
No, man.
So,
It's
man,
hard.
do any of these have, I know they all have value.
They do.
But do any of them like kind of stick out to you right away where you like, this the one where I felt the change?
100%. I'll be honest, man. You know, Todd is our brother. But we've agreed, man, to build a covenant relationship. And that covenant relationship was like, I got your back musically. You help me get there, I'll help you get here, you know, and get there. And so I'm totally invested into Mr. Delaney, man. So this record right here was the first live record we done. And so a lot of people don't know, this album was recorded. It was recorded in the studio first.
Wow.
So
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, all the arrangements were done in the studio. And Stanley Brown, shout out to Stanley, man, one of the best, you know, producers.
Absolutely.
He said, man, this is special. Y'all need to do this live.
Got it.
So Todd was like, all right, what we need to do? Let's make this, take the same thing, put it in the room. And this got us a Grammy nomination. You know what I'm saying? And this kind of set the tone of who people know me to be in relation to Todd, man.
So how, do you even know how many number ones you have?
I don't, bro. I don't.
That's
this is
crazy.
This is a literal fraction.
Yeah, with the list of all the clients, that's crazy. So Google Jamel Kimbrough. Quit playing with us. If you want to know what a real resume is. I noticed that you got an opening into this space. So sometimes they're separate, but can you tell me a little bit about why you got a window right here?
Man, you know, I love this because I want, you know, the whole loft effect, you know, I wanted to create some sort of loft effect, but still have separation.
Got it.
And so when women are in that recording and they brought their kids, I need to be able to see a vantage point. Just look, sit your butt down. Put that down. But this keeps everybody connected.
Yeah,
you know,
that's real. So it's funny, even being aware of like family structure, family settings, and like, hey, I got to bring my kids, because we got to work, and they got to sit in here.
I need you here,
and I need you to be able to sit down, and I need to be able to look and keep eyes so I can work without thinking.
100%.
That's brilliant.
So that's the idea of the window outside of that. So
that's really cool, and I'm already blown away. This is literally one of my favorite workspaces that I've ever seen. Before we even get far, just tell me a little bit even about your acoustic treatment. And this room's dead already. I feel like I can tell the difference.
Absolutely.
So tell us a little bit about what choices you made to get the room to sound like this.
Well, first thing I did, I'll talk about my mistake, is I made the room a box.
Got it.
That's a no-no. So if you get the opportunity to build out your space, don't make a box, because you're going to have low-end buildup it's hard to combat. Prime Acoustics, man, you know, they set me up with a bunch of these panels to catch my reflections, man.
Got it.
And so that's where you don't get the slap back. You don't get any of that. So reflections are important.
So speaking of that, as a producer, how does it affect your sound if you got slap back and all that stuff?
Listen,
like, what does that do?
Most times a producer, they're not mixing their work, right?
Got it.
But a real producer cares about the next person that has their hands on it.
Got it. That's
so
huge.
If it don't matter to you, the slap back, you got to care that your engineer can get the best of your work.
Got it.
So you have to make sure you invest into things that if you're not engineering your own work,
got it,
can they get the best of your stuff?
Got it. Because the sound that you're hearing in your room is not accurate if your room's not accurate.
So you got to think about the next plan that's going to have your work.
Yeah, that is huge.
Yep. So get this stuff. You know, like, I mean, it's important to not just buy a keyboard.
Got it.
But buy some room treatment. Buy things that help, you know, reflections and all of that stuff. That's huge.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
and speaking of keyboards, I know you can get any keyboards. You could literally get anything out there, and these are the pieces that you landed on. Tell us a little bit about why you picked this, and then kind of how you utilize it.
So, I mean, of course, the XS, the Yamaha, shout out to them. Yeah, I won't call me back, but that's okay. But I still love your gear.
They might call now.
They might call now. But I've had this board for quite some time, man, and it's a part of my brain, man, and so and then sonically, people are used to hearing Yamaha sounds.
Got it.
You know, I'm a tweaker. I'm gonna tweak them, but you feel like a part of the industry, so you gotta have some sort of motif in your room.
Got it. So at a certain level, you gotta kind of give the people what they
exactly. And I'm running this. I'm not running left, right. I'm running this SPDIF. So that's a digital output. So that's what I love about this board specifically. As a digital output.
Got it.
So you don't have to worry about any of the circuitry going bad in the board.
Got it.
You know, it's gonna live on through that. So this is here as a synth, and then the flagship. So this is Roland's flagship, which is the Phantom, man. So Phantom is a big deal.
That is a monster.
So it's like, so instead of having the Juno, instead of having all of the it's already here.
So all the guts are already inside, sound-wise.
Rolling Cloud, I have everything from the Rolling Cloud already integrated in this.
Got it.
So there's nothing that Roland makes that I don't have. Embedded into this already.
That's crazy. And how's the keypad feel on that?
So I'm not a super duper fan. But you need 88 keys. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a super, because if I would have known I didn't like the keypad, I would have got a smaller version.
Got it. And
you know,
and you
and I would
something else.
Exactly. As a controller. You know, but it's decent. I don't hate it at all. But the sounds in it is really what I wanted it for.
And just shameless plug, right? I want y'all to know the man got access to every sound in the world, but he's still using GP products. So we're gonna show y'all some.
Let's go. We're gonna get in there.
John Mike, we got you, bro.
I'm excited to reveal something game-changing for us and for you as producers and musicians. I want to introduce to you Peculiar Sounds version 2. We've introduced standalone mode, allowing you to use it independently from any DAW. You can now blend up to 2 sounds to create rich and complex textures. We added in 2 brand new effects, the Lo-Fizer and the Mod Filter. The Lo-Fizer gives you instant lo-fi vibes with just a button, while the Mod Filter adds dynamic movement and flow to any sound you apply it to. And we also added the innovative new MIDI browser that provides you with hundreds of chord progressions, melodies, and drum loop MIDI files that you can drag straight into your DAW. And as a bonus, V2 now includes Sounds Off the Block expansion for totally free, bringing the total to over 400 patches. So as you can see, Peculiar Sounds V2 is not just an update, it's a revolutionary new plugin. So make sure you check the website right now and you can get your hands on this game-changing plugin.
We got you, baby.
All right, so I see a couple displays. And you know, producers love screens. We always got 3, 4, 5 up in the room. So tell me a little bit about. And wait, what's happening here?
So, bro, this is, my wife won't let me have a pet.
Got it.
So I was like, hey, babe, can I have a dog? And then this showed up.
Got to get you a good thing.
Get you a good thing.
So she got him a piano and a fake puppy.
And a fake puppy, and his name is Frenchie, bro. He is the best company that you can ever have. I love my man right here. Frenchie.
I dig it. Tell us a little bit about this display.
So it's a secondary monitor. And this is for the room.
Got it.
I don't know if you know, when you're in studios and people are all up in your back.
No, y'all look over here.
Just look here.
I like that. You would protect your space.
Yes, I need you to stay off my back. You know, as much, but I want you to be engaged.
So
as well.
Is it an extension or do you run it as a mirror?
I can run it as an extension. Right now it's mirrored.
Okay.
But I can run it as an extension, and it also goes into the booth. So whatever they're seeing there, it can be split up 2 different ways.
Got it.
So your main extension 1 and then extension 2.
So
you can set up
while we're talking about what things you look to see well, let's stop at this your monitor side because this is crazy to me.
Man, the Atoms, the A7Xs, bro, like they're the next best thing to your standard NS10s that Yamaha made. That was the go-to in every studio. This is the answer to those.
I got a pair of those too.
You got which one? A7X?
I got the.
You already know. So I'm not. I ain't telling you nothing you don't know. But that's why.
Right.
Because they're the most. They're flat. The frequency response. They don't lie to you.
Got it.
And so I don't want any speaker that's hyped up because it's not telling me what everybody.
So you don't want no extra color.
No.
You want it to sound like it sounds. Don't add.
Don't add because you're gonna compensate for that.
Got it.
If you got a low end bump in that, you won't bump the low end in your mix, and you'll be low. You'll be timid in the low end.
Got it. So,
So
you'll miss it.
that's right.
What about everything else that's up here sound?
Bro, man, the Yamaha, of course, these are HS80s.
Got
of
it.
course, these they got way more low end than these. But so I got a sub that I pair with these that give me that low end that I need.
Okay.
But man, I had these for over 10 years, bro.
Wow.
And they still rock. They still rock out. They sound a lot different than those because these are more like loudspeakers to me.
So that's more for playback.
Yep.
You got people in the room and you want to be able
They want to turn it up.
Because, they want to listen loud.
Yeah.
They want to listen loud.
They
I
gonna
want to listen loud.
I listen low, man, like 30% of 100%.
I need these ears. Yes. I need it down here. I'll turn it up so y'all can hear it.
Right.
But then
I'm down.
You gotta come down. I need my ears to
Absolutely.
work. All right. And then these are little small speakers.
Yes, I love, man. So IK Multimedia made these things, and I bought them from my church for our broadcast mix.
Okay.
And what it does is most people listen to their broadcast mix via phone or computer.
Got it.
These are going to reference a phone or something like that. So if I want to hear that, I got plugins to do that as well, like Mix Checker and stuff like that. But these really, if I just want to go immediately and hear what it sound like on my laptop,
it
sounds really good.
That's really dope. And so I want to go backwards a little bit.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about what's in the vintage.
I'm gonna start from the bottom, man. This EMU. So Proteus made a Proteus 2000.
Yep.
Bro, I had one that got burned.
Oh wow.
It got burned up in a car fire.
Okay.
And so I lost my Proteus 2000, and I was sick. And so I found this one. This is the Proteus 2500.
Got it.
It's the same as the Proteus, just a little bit more sound. So I haven't used it, but that right there takes me back to the beginning of my production days.
Would you?
The MoFat days.
Proteus MoFat.
Proteus MoFat.
Yep.
That right there that is history to me.
You got to keep that.
Yes. And so it will live here, and it still works, bro.
That's really
It
dope.
still works, and it sounds great.
Okay. And now, sorry. Do you have more in this vintage track before I?
Only other thing are just some headphone amps, but that PreSonus. So shout out to my family PreSonus. They sent me this Studio Live 32. So it is basically a mixer in a rack, 32 channels.
Okay.
And you can use it to multi-track.
That is dope.
So you can mobile. So that's like a mobile setup if I want to do a rehearsal. If I want to do like a quick rehearsal without really tracking, I can patch right into that.
Yep.
Create 16 different mixes, bro. Like, where you get that?
Tell me about this section of your station. What's going on up here?
This is my compressor section right here, man. I'm sort of a minimalist, bro. Like, I don't compare myself to a lot of the guys that just gearheads like that. I buy what fits me.
Okay.
Because the average ear don't know if they're listening to a warm LA or a Teltronic.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're hearing. It just sounds good.
In this station, I actually noticed we got another keyboard here.
Yeah.
So is this the one you are using as a controller, or what's the plan for this guy?
This is a controller, but what I like is I like to start a vibe. Like when we get in the room, I don't have to open Apollo console, Herb, and get sound. This controller has speakers on it, and it has a super dope piano. This is a Yamaha piece.
Got it.
And it sounds incredible, so I'll turn it on. It's already routed MIDI, but I don't have to take my time.
So you can
write.
So everything's about saving time. You got to get the
100%.
idea out fast.
Get it out fast.
The equipment can't be in your way.
Can't be in my way.
You got to get it set up so you can move around.
Thank you. So it's already piped and it's MIDI and it's controlling all of these. So I don't have to turn around and hit this desk. Hit these at all because I got them controlled from GUI software.
Got it. Fair enough.
I'm here 100% of the time.
And even I noticed, and I do a similar setup too. I noticed keyboard, number pad, a couple mics, and then also a trackpad that are all separate. So how do you use all of those pieces?
Yeah, so
your workflow.
If I just need to come over here and do some tracking, I'll take my separate mouse.
Got it.
Turn my back, and I'm looking at this screen.
Got it.
You know what I mean? So that maximizes my space as well. Trackpad do the same. And if I ever need to track something in that room,
you just take
I
the
just take the
trackpad
mouse,
and you can control the control room from there.
Absolutely.
That is brilliant.
Yep. So that's and then this little thing right here, man. This is a little cheat sheet. I don't know if you noticed, but it's giving you frequencies, man. So I don't have to think about them. So you look at like and I'll just show you a little bit.
Yeah. We'll make sure y'all can see it too. This is dope.
Kick drum ratio. This is where it should be. This is where it should be. This is where a snare drum, your compression ratio should be. So this is just a cheat sheet, man.
I'm getting one of those for myself.
I'll buy you one.
You just gave me some games. I need this in my life too.
Absolutely.
All right. So, man, this is actually exciting for me. I'm normally not nuts about gear, but hearing how passionate you are and knowing the result of the investment. Makes me like, I'm kid in the candy store. Tell me about these two pieces and how you use them.
Yeah, man, I bought these because I wanted to integrate fader technology and put your hands on things. I don't use them as much anymore, but Avid switch over to some new faders, and these are really good, man. Like these fader ports.
So if you're old school and you want to touch buttons.
Exactly. If you just gotta touch the button and it controls your DAW. Having mice don't bother me at all.
Got it.
This is for people that, you know, so there's there as an option.
Yeah.
You know?
So if you want to get hands on, you got an option for hands on. If you want to be in the box and just digital for everything, there's a version of it that. Speaking of digital, what's powering all this? What's the computer setup? What do you?
Man, my computer is a Mac Mini.
I'm not surprised by that.
It's Mac Mini, bro. You know all things Apple.
A lot of people are doing that now. You don't have to spend as much.
No, a Mac Studio just will break you because you know what you can spend on a Mac.
Yeah,
Pro.
You can get up above $10,000.
$10,000,
and it's not worth it.
It's not worth it, man. So you just got to know how to maximize your computer, your sessions. But that's blown out. You know, it's blown out. So Mac Mini is
so
Intel still.
Get all the RAM you can get.
Yep. Get all around you.
And make sure that SD drive got enough space for you to keep whatever on there you need and get some hard. Speaking of hard drives, do you have recommendations for hard drives? Because your file structure is something. If you ever want to know how to keep track, this dude years ago showed me his file hierarchy of how he keeps track of stuff.
Absolutely.
He knows where every song from ever is, and I modeled that. So what type of drives do you use?
Like I love
GospelProducers.com.
your solid state drives, man. Okay. So the Samsung makes these T5s.
Got it.
T7s.
Yeah.
Those are my go-tos. Crucials are my other option.
Got it.
Crucial makes some nice SD drives, but
got it.
But those, and what I tell clients to do, I say you buy a SD drive for your session.
Got it.
That way I don't have to search all my hard drives and eat up my space.
Yes. That's pretty dope. So we're moving on to the last section of this little part. So let's start up here. So tell me about this rack.
So this is the Dangerous D-Box, bro. Like I have been eyeballing this thing for years. Okay. They've been out quite some time. Okay. I bought this when used because I didn't want to deep dive into that relationship until I knew I would love it.
Got it.
But this is monitoring.
Okay.
And summing at the same time.
Got it. That's dope.
Yep. So I'm summing and I'm monitoring through this, man. And then the pan pots feel so great on these things, bro. This is legit. They really designed
this piece,
their stuff, very well, man. So that's the hub of what I'm listening to.
Got it. What about these two pieces?
Man, shout out to Warm. So this is these are preamps right here. And so this is the Tone Beast, man. Tone Beast, I've been running bass through it. You know,
wow.
I'll send a bass through there because it has all these different controls where you can change it to vintage, you can change it to, clean, you can add, the discrete amps in there that creates, circuitry is everything.
Yeah, right.
And so this hits some circuitry that you're just going direct on.
Because I've always been an Avalon guy for bass stuff.
And me too. But I don't have one in here because
that's what I'm noticing.
But you do need a pre for a bass. When you better see a preamp when you got a bass in there. And so but this is what I use, and sometimes I run a vocal through it if I want a nice vintage, dirtier style vocal.
Got it. And then this piece?
Yeah, man, this is the W412. So this is the API model.
Got it.
I can't think of the name of the API model, but these are preamps. These are really focused preamps, and so you put background vocals. I'll run my background vocals through them. I'll do toms through those.
Got it.
You know what I mean? And so. But these are incredible, man. I actually got one more borrowed out.
Got it. Okay.
Right now, that's why I have this space.
Got it.
I got somebody using it and they want to test it. But I got two of those, man. But I tend my whole drum rig through it. If I cut drums through here, you know, and it's just amazing, man.
Man, and now I feel like
this the heartbeat.
I feel like this is where the money went. I'm a UA guy, so
Yeah.
this feel like all the money is right here.
100%,
So
bro.
talk me through, this is the mothership.
Yep.
Talk me through what's happening down here.
So I'll start from the bottom, man. So these are Apollo 8s.
Yep.
And now the one at the bottom was the very first one that came out. So when Apollo introduced this, I guarantee I was the first one to buy it.
Me and you, because I got the same one. I got a quad and it's still running.
Yep, I got a duo. That's a duo. You know what I'm saying? But they're the same.
It's the same
unit.
engines.
It's DSPs. And so I bought that, and then over time you gotta, work on your budget. You can't take all the money out the household.
Right.
And so over time I bought a couple more as they turn that space gray.
Yeah.
And so that's 8, 8, 8. So that's 16.
Got it.
24. I'm sorry. And then I bought the the Revolution by Black Lion.
Okay.
So I'm gonna talk about that a little bit because first of all, it clocks. So if you've never
so tell people why clocking is important.
Man, because your signal drifts, and you need a source that's going to make all those signals land at the same time. Yeah. So that's the easy way to explain what clocking is.
So producers, when you're doing a live session and you come back later and you like, we off the click. What happened?
What happened?
Because you get drift.
You drift.
Unless you have a solution for it.
You got a clock. And there's so many different things are trying to find a sample rate to land. That is going to tell all of your pieces to land here and land on time. So that's 2-in-1. And it's also a line level input. So I connect that via ADAT.
Okay.
And so that gives me another 8 channels.
Got it.
Of input. So I got 32 channels.
That is killing. So this is what you're running all your audio, your analog audio into before it gets in
before it hits the computer. Yep.
Got it. And then now for the UA stuff, or compression wise or effects wise, are you running stuff on stuff as it's going in?
Yeah. So I like to print. So if I go to my console in Apollo console, I'll print a lot of those Unison plugins.
Got it.
And sometimes I'll monitor reverbs. I don't normally print those, but I will print an EQ.
Got it.
API makes some good stuff. So you don't have to buy so much.
Got it.
You got access to in the box stuff.
Yeah. There's a couple guitars on the wall. So then the question becomes, I see a bass and a guitar. Do you play either of those ever for anything?
Bruh, I've done a pop song one time because I know 3 chords on the guitar.
Got it. That's all you need.
And I put a cape on it. You need 3.
3 the cape on acoustic you can get by.
So I put a cape on it and I recorded some pop. But I do a lot of demos on my own.
Okay.
And if I just need to have that, I'll pick it up. If not, I go in the box, man. I got so many tools, but go for it, man. Shout out to them, which you know them very well. Yeah. They sent me this guitar, man, and I track all my guitars if I'm in person. I track on that. I don't care what they bring.
Okay, and so now before we leave out of this room, I do have a question for you. So your demos are legendary. Like, if you ever get the pleasure to work with this man, if he sends you a demo, it's done. The record's done. All the parts there, you don't have to try to guess.
No guess.
So specifically like drums, for instance, how in the world, because if you listen to a Jamel Kimbrough song, that snare has a place. It's not ever just keeping time. No, that snare, them drum parts are patterns and parts.
100%.
So what piece of equipment are you using to do that?
Software based. So in the box, shout out to Spirit Drummer.
Okay.
Shout out to my big bro Danny Duncan and Calvin Rogers. They created a pack, gospel pack for Superior Drummer. And that's my hub.
Got it.
Of course, it's detailed to me.
Got it.
But I have everything. And then I have a Yamaha Multi-12.
Okay.
That's about this big.
Yep.
I got a pedal and I demo my drums right there and I go push it back into a corner.
Got it.
And my demos are done.
I'm just trying to tell y'all, if you hear Jamel's demos on drums, the drummer literally just has to execute the parts.
But I do want them to be themselves. But I don't want I want to take the guesswork out of what the sonic shifts sound like.
Got it.
Let me do that part.
Got it.
You just be you be your creative self. I give you a framework.
Got it.
That's it. And I'm going to make you feel like where I want you to set up.
Yeah.
How I want you to build. I'm going to definitely give you a pattern. The window is mirror
Got
of
the other side.
Because I want to make sure it feels like we're all
got it. And you can literally look all the way through.
All the way through.
And if you got family, friends in there, you can look and see, kind of make sure that everybody's okay.
Absolutely.
What kind of stuff do you record in this room?
So I record a lot of vocals, of course. You know, I've gotten a choir in here. So I've gotten about...
How many voices?
It was about 20 people in here.
I can see it, though.
Of course, I had to move things out of here to give it in the space, but they got about 20 voices in here.
That's crazy.
But normally I'm doing like background vocals up to maybe 9 people.
Okay.
You know, most times it's 3 to 6 people in here.
Got it.
I was able to fit a whole band in here.
Yeah, I was in one of the bands.
Yep, you were in. Yep, you've been in here. I had guitars over on the side. I had keys, and then I had drums and then bass. So all the band was in here.
Got it.
And then I had vocals sitting in the control room. Okay. We rehearsed that way.
So in this particular room, did you do any work like sound reinforcement wise that's different than the rest of the space?
100%. So this room is slightly the room within the room.
Got it.
And so I did a lot more isolation in this room than that room because I don't need anything coming into this room.
Got it.
You know, I don't really care what goes out. This is my house.
Got it.
But I don't want noise to come into this room. And so I've really detailed what's over in this wall. So we've done a lot of acoustic treatment on the inside of the walls, like double layered walls.
Got it.
You know, and I wish I could have did the room within a room.
Got it.
That would have been perfect, but I would have had to done the whole basement.
Got it.
And so it would have offset it. If I didn't do that when I finished the basement, I should have done it there. Yeah.
Okay.
So
cool. Well, I think we're gonna take a look at this mic locker. Now, I have seen some mics in my life.
Yeah.
I have never seen this one before.
Oh man.
And so I know that you've had Todd Delaney, Tamla Mann, Isabel Davis, all of these huge artists that you've worked with. What is this?
Well, what is it? First, it's a tube mic.
Oh, okay.
So you see the heat sink back here, and so this is what the essence of a tube mic.
Got it.
Once this gets warmed up, no, it's off now, but I normally have this mic warmed up all day, every day.
Got it.
It stays warm, so it's always ready to go.
So you are a master at capturing vocals. What's your normal mic setup, and which mics do you use when you're recording BGV?
So BGV, so it really depends. So if I'm doing something that emulates a stage, and I want it to match like they were using a stage microphone, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna get the 58s.
Well, that makes sense because that's what we use.
Yeah,
live.
and I tell people all the time, if you record it, the initial, and I have to overdub, I want to record on the same quality mic.
Right.
And so I'm gonna reach for these because these never fail.
Yeah.
These never fail.
Workhorse.
But if I wanted to be, a little more clean and I wanted that, crisp, more of a crisp studio sounding vocals. So these are
so the Audio Technicas.
These are Audio Technicas, the 2020s, man. And so what I like is the pickup patterns. You got 3 options.
Got it.
So you can change the polar pickup patterns and do whatever you need to do. So this can be on background vocals, on choir,
got it.
However you want to. But I got 3 of these.
Okay.
So I'll pick up soprano, alto, and tenor with these. But I also have these other AKGs over here that I'll go to every now and then, which is these are another set of AKGs that I love right here.
So, ironically enough, Jamel actually told me about these, and I have 8 of them myself because these are fantastic. I did.
Bro, I only bought 3.
I went and bought a bunch of them because you ain't tell me how many to buy.
Yeah. Well, again, these got the multi-pattern pickup.
Yeah,
that's why I'm looking at mics like this.
And you put them in a group.
You put them in a group, and I like to record in the same room. Because the room is like that third person.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying? It's like the third wheel.
Got it.
That you need the texture of the room.
Got
it. So these always work as well. I mean, of course, there are other expensive mics, but again, you know me, I don't go for all the expensive stuff because I see it on YouTube.
So now I put you on the spot just a little bit. I know most of the guitar players that you work with, a lot of times these guys are doing their own work. Do you ever mic acoustic guitars?
1,000%.
What's your setup?
All right, so I got a Neumann. So here's a Neumann. This is the TLM 102, right?
Yep. TLM 102.
Yep. So I'll put this on the, what is that part?
On the sound hole?
The sound hole.
Got it.
And then I'll go for something a little more crisp. I'll pick up the Slate.
Got it.
So this is the Slate ML1.
Got it.
And so that, of course, they give you emulations.
Got it.
And so I'll put that more towards the
neck of the guitar.
neck of the guitar. To pick up that brighter stuff like that.
Got it.
And I'll take a direct out.
Got it.
So I'm recording 3 channels per guitar take. Because you want to blend all of that in. And so if I send this one take, it's going to have a blend of my taste with that direct mic, with the two mics on that guitar as well. So that's important to me because you want to hear the
You got to hear the noise, the frets, and not overpowering the notes.
No.
You need all of it.
Yeah, and sometimes you're going to have a little headphone bleed, so you got to think about that too. How loud are you monitoring yourself?
Got it.
Because you'll hear that demo track with a click in it.
Yep.
And you can't get that. I've had that several times where they sent me a guitar and it's got click in the guitar.
From bleeding on the headphones. So guitar players, turn them headphones down. Like, get you some ears.
Yep. Listen to the drum reference.
Yeah.
Not the click. Let the drums guide you.
Man, you mean to tell me I've been listening to the click the whole time when I could have just played to the drums?
Just play the drums. I don't care about a click. The drums are there. Just use that.
Gee, that's why you're a genius.
Because you lock better too. Because the drummer sometimes going to fluctuate. Anyway, naturally. So you want to naturally fluctuate with the drummer.
That only makes sense. Speaking of drums, now, when you mic drums, they always sound amazing.
Yeah.
What are you using?
So I'm a fan of Sennheisers. So they make the 603s.
Got it.
And I'm going to tell you why I love them, because it's the rejection from them. So if you mic a tom, I need that mic to reject other frequencies that I don't want to hear. That's a big deal, dude.
I literally have never thought of that.
No, because I see a lot of people that put like your trusty 57.
Got it.
57 has no filter. It's going to take everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
All sound like overheads.
Exactly. I get the transient and I'm looking for a tom transient, but it's actually the snare. I'm like, oh my God, this is terrible. It's a nightmare.
Got it.
And so I look for mics that reject other frequencies that I don't want.
Got it.
And so the Sennheisers are great for that. And then they got the clip on. So you can move it and do whatever you need to do. And so I'll put those on all my times if needed. I got about, I think, like 6 of them.
Okay.
And then I'll go for the trusty, 57 bottom.
Got it.
But something, if I needed something more like brush, I'll go for a condenser mic. So I'll go for like the 102 or even this SC, man. This SC 2200 is a big deal. Like I bought this years ago. And I recorded a few albums of Todd on this track.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying? But I'll throw this bad boy on a snare if I wanted to pick up like ghost notes, brush stuff, something like that. You know what I mean?
That makes sense.
So yeah, man.
What are you doing for like overheads?
Overhead, so I got a couple different options. I'll go back to these joints right here. I can have those on my overhead.
Audio Technicas for that.
Yep.
Got it.
I got a pair of Earthworks that are borrowed out right now.
Got it.
Those are probably the best overhead mics you want to get. They're pencils. I can't tell you what the model is.
Okay.
Can't think, but they're pencil mics.
Got it.
They just sound the best. And then I also do my warm audios. And so if I want more of a dark sound, I got the WA-14s.
Got it.
And so these sound great on overheads as well.
Got it.
And of course, multi-pattern pickup mics.
What about kick? I think that's our last thing on the drums.
Just the 52, bro.
Okay.
Beta 52. Yep.
Easy.
Yep. And then that's it.
So if you had to give a piece of advice for people trying to start a mic locker and they're a producer, what do you do first? What's the order?
So the order is learn what phasing sounds like.
Okay.
Learn mic placement, because it doesn't matter what mics you have if you don't place them correctly. So learn when it's out of phase from your top snare and your bottom snare.
Got it.
Because you just don't get that attack. Get it in phase first.
Got it.
Then go ahead and buy mics. So buy lower end mics until you learn how to from a technical standpoint, mic them.
Got it.
And you're knowing, oh, my drums are out of phase right now.
Got it.
Let me align my overheads with an XY pattern.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying? I use the XY pattern on my drums.
Got it.
And some people like them like this, some people like them like that, some people like them down the center and to go out. Right. It's a few options, but learn your thing and learn what it sounds like when it's bad.
Got it.
Don't expect the mic that you buy to fix all your problems, because most of the problem is going to be our lack of knowledge of understanding. Okay, position. This is not position right.
Jamel, you've shown us the control room. We're in the recording space right now. One of the most important parts of this whole thing is monitoring, and it goes unspoken.
Yeah, 100%.
People don't talk about it. I've had the pleasure of recording with you in this space, and I can say that it's always top tier. It's always pristine.
Wow.
So I'd love to hear what your approach to gear for monitoring and process. Like, what do you normally do? How do you think?
Well, I'm going to start with this.
Okay.
When they're able to see what's next, productivity, brother. Productivity. the track is armed.
Got it.
It's time for me to go.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that they can see where I am and what I'm doing in the session.
And I can even see the markers.
You can see the markers. Like
I
here.
can see the waveform that tells me where these hits are.
So that's a form of monitoring, man. That's visual monitoring.
I like
and
that.
I think that's super important as well, man. But audio monitoring, man, P16s you can never go wrong with them.
Definitely.
Because you can lay out 16 different channels.
Got it.
I can say I got a drummer. I'm gonna group him. And so normally what I do with a drummer, I'll do his mix, but I'll group him 1 and 2.
Got it.
And give him a stereo mix, and then I'll mix his drums.
Got it.
And then give everybody else their open channel.
Got it. That makes sense.
That way I don't eat up the whole P16 rack of drums.
for just drums.
Yeah.
Got it. Love the mics.
Yes, sir.
I see an organ. In black church, organ got an organ, or else
got an organ.
What else are we doing?
What are we doing?
So tell me about this setup for organ.
Yeah.
Because I know you've been using this on some records.
Yeah, I use it. So I recently sold my A100 because if you know anything about an A100, it is a casket. It is heavy and it's hard to manage that thing. And then you got to keep up with tubes and changing them out. And so I was looking for a clone because I'm looking for clones these days because most people they don't know what they're hearing.
Yeah, can't tell.
I'm not making music for my peers, bro. We talked about that earlier. I'm making music for my
people
community.
that appreciates music.
That's right. And so I've been doing some research, man, on different clones. And this one here, I heard Joey DeFrancesco, not too long ago, passed away, but he would play one of these and I was outdone. I said, that's the organ I want. Although he played jazz, I don't play jazz, but the tone of the organ blew me away. So this is a Viscount, man. This is the Legend by Viscount.
Okay.
And this thing is unbelievable, bro. You know what I mean? And so I got it paired. So it gives you anything a Leslie. And so I can make this a A100. I can make this a B3, a C3. I can make this whatever organ I want it to be. I get the dial in, like the crosstalk, the drive, all of that. You got all those options.
Got it.
You can make it as clean and dry as possible.
Now, how are you getting your signal from here? What's the signal path?
100%. Like, so you want to always, like the normal way, you're taking a 122 Leslie and you put mics on it, right?
Right.
So I got a Leslie. So this is the 3300. And so I'll put my, sometimes I'll put my WA14.
Got it, yeah.
A stereo pair on that. And then I'll go with the floor, which is the Beta 52.
Yep.
And I'll put that on the full organ.
Got it.
But that thing screams, bro. And what it does, what I love about it, once you connect these two, it bypasses the internal rotary.
Got it.
Because the internal rotary sound is terrible.
Got it.
You don't want to hear that. It's fake.
Got it.
But you use the rotary from a real Leslie because it's the Hammond and Leslie that makes that sound that we all love.
Yeah.
And so this is an emulated Hammond, but this is a real Leslie. You know what I mean? And it sounds incredible. And then I got the half pedal board because I didn't need who's playing past seconds. You're not playing that high. You get these weird musicians that's crazy like that.
Right.
I'm too old to be putting my feet way up there.
Tap dance your way through.
Exactly. But yeah, man. So this is sweet. And then I put a stain on my organ bench.
Okay.
Just to make it black and make it look a little better. So.
This is dope, man. Thank you so much for showing us the library.
Absolutely, brother. Thank you.
All right, everybody. It's Stephen Dukes and the master, Jamel Kimbrough, one of the greatest producers, arrangers, the list, engineers, all the titles. One of the humblest guys out here. He gave us the opportunity to see his space, and I'm different now because I learned a bunch of stuff.
Man, I'm different. You are excellent. Thanks for having me too, man. This has been a pleasure. I've always wanted to do a studio tour.
Okay, well we got one. We gonna do more. Gospel producers in the building. John Mike, thanks for giving us the chance to come hang out. Next time you got to come with us too,
man.
And we will see you on the next episode.
Peace.
Today, I want to introduce to you Loop Elements Pro. This represents a very innovative new way of using loops. And guess what? It's standalone, not only as a plugin, but it's also standalone outside of the DAW, which means you can now use loop elements in your live performance. This isn't just a plugin. It's the ultimate tool for creatives and producers. Whether you're layering loops, creating click track, creating beats, building arrangements, soundscapes, Loop Elements Pro gives you the power to create without limits. Loop Elements Pro is now available. Go get it now.
All right, Jamel, this is going to be our kind of rapid fire question segment. And so I'm just going to ask questions first thing coming to mind? Obviously, there's no wrong answers because it's your answers.
Yeah.
All right, but let's get into it.
Lord help me.
You got this. What is your most expensive piece of gear?
I'm gonna say my desk, bro.
Okay. Yeah, but that makes sense. You need to be comfortable if you're working. So
I'm gonna sleep in an expensive bed, bro.
Hey, me too. That's part of getting a little older. It's like
100%.
Comfort is number one.
Comfort is number one.
So that I dig that.
Yep.
How about this? What is your least expensive or cheapest piece of useful gear? Like something that you get some use out of?
Bruh. I'm gonna have to say either the SM58 or the 57.
Got it. Makes sense.
You cannot go wrong with those two pieces, those two mics.
Yeah.
You can do anything with them. Michael Jackson recorded a whole album on a not 57, but SM7B.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I can go dynamic mics and be done. So yeah.
Well, that's good. That's good advice too, because everybody ain't got 20 grand to build a studio. So now we talking about mics that less than $100.
$100.
And you can get a couple of them.
You can get a couple.
And start working.
Yep.
Let's say we throw budget out the window. Family's good, everybody's good. You don't got to worry about money. You can spend whatever you want. What is your dream piece of gear that you don't already have?
Bro, and it's so crazy. Honestly, it would be, and I feel like I'm cheating on Apollo by saying this, I would move over to the Orion 32 system.
Okay.
I really would.
What's the price point of those? I've never looked.
I
Do you even know where it's
I don't even know, and I don't even care.
That's
but
like
I
the
know
restaurant with no prices on the menu.
Exactly.
If you got to ask.
If I got to ask, you ain't got enough, bro. You can't afford it.
You're not.
But I'm so heavily invested in Apollo, I can't even move over.
Same for me.
I would do that.
Work. Your workflow is what it is. I'm an Apollo guy. Like I appreciate that. I understand that. What about this? We don't get in trouble, but oh well, it's our podcast. A piece of gear you regret buying. Going to put them on blast. Line them up.
Yeah, let me go and put them on the blast. So Mackie made this, and this is not Mackie, but Mackie made a big knob, right?
Okay, yeah.
Which was sweet. I didn't want to spend big knob money.
Okay.
How about this Behringer knob?
Okay.
That. And so people would come to my studio and they'd be like, "What's that?" I say, "Yeah, man, this Behringer knob." For real now? And I realized that thing was doo-doo.
It didn't know what it was for.
No.
Because sometimes you do try to go the cheap way.
You do, bro.
And you regret it.
You regret it.
It don't give you what you
does
needed.
not.
It's not worth the money.
No.
Oh, man. So how about this? Let's say you're starting a studio from scratch. And this is advice for all the producers who are watching. And you got to buy your first 5 items. Whatever that looks like.
Yeah.
What are the first 5 things that you would like, man, I'm starting from nothing. I can't do no work if I don't have these.
Number 1, a computer.
Got it.
And I suggest a Mac.
Yep.
Because you can buy Logic or GarageBand free.
And
you good.
You start working right away.
Start working right away. Man. Second thing is headphones.
Okay.
And I would invest into, so your most expensive headphones is going to give you something way more valuable than speakers anyway.
Because get you some aerodynamics or something.
If you don't have a control room, your speakers don't matter.
Got it.
They lying to you anyway. So get some higher end headphones.
Got it.
Get you a small 25 key to 61 key keyboard.
Got it. So
controller and get you a little decent mic.
Okay.
I mean, you can start with the MXLs. If you remember those, those things were less than $100, and they were not condenser, but what is the pattern? I can't think of it.
Omni?
Not
cardioid?
Nope, it's cardioid.
Yeah.
Doggone it.
Well,
cardioid mic. So
we don't know nothing about nothing, apparently. We don't do this at all.
We don't do this at all. I could not think of the pattern.
We just out here making up stuff.
But yeah, so you can get that MXL, man. Yeah. It's incredible. I got one somewhere around here.
Yeah.
And I think I paid like $75, less than $100.
And that feels like less than $3,000.
And a pop filter.
Okay, got it. There's 5 things.
Don't forget that. Yep.
Yeah. And we're assuming you're getting a mic stand or a headphone extender, or little small stuff.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. How about this? If you could start your studio over, like you can start again, what would you do differently this time?
I would go room with inside of a room.
Okay.
And so I would make sure that this came up on the level, and then I had that 2-inch air gap, top, front, bottom, so I can separate my madness from my family.
Got it. Yeah, because it's. I mean, my poor wife and mine's not even treated as well as yours, but they just you getting all this.
You getting all this. It's 11 o'clock at night, and that's the only time my drummer can get here to cut.
So my neighbors.
Yep.
At least it sound good.
Yep. You're gonna get this noise. So.
All right. So how about this? Last question for this segment. If you had to give advice to producers on how to get the most out of their gear. Like, what would you tell them? Because, everybody's at different budgets, you're at different starting points, you got different access.
Yeah.
But if you got a piece of gear and you're a producer, we all kind of start even. So what advice would you give them?
Check this out. You can help support the channel. You can support what we do at Gospel Producers by simply picking up some of our merch, like our Juice hoodie. The hoodie season is upon us. We got the GP shirts. We got the GP hoodies. One of my favorites is the Humble Hustle shirt. Get you the Humble Hustle shirt or hoodie. You just type in Gospel Producers on Amazon. We're right there. And what I have on right here, it's our not famous but fruitful. I ain't famous, but I am fruitful shirt. The long sleeve again. We're getting to that long sleeve season, so you want to make sure that you grab that. I'll link down in the description if y'all want to support your boy. It's lunch money.
I would say, Dukes, I would say start with the most inexpensive and develop the use of it, and then start buying things that are more expensive. But take a stock plug-in from Logic. Don't buy what's the most waves. You don't have to get
UA, whatever, whoever stuff.
Don't even buy it. Don't spend your money there. You take with stock and build and learn what these actual, what they do.
Right.
And so start with what you can get your hands on first before you go out trying, because you'll do like I did. I was just buying stuff and didn't even know know how to use it.
Right.
I'm just buying it because social media convinced me to spend my money and YouTube. So YouTube is a valuable resource. We call it YouTube University.
Right.
People like what we're doing here. You have access to this stuff. Spend your time on that. Like listening to people that actually make sense to your workflow.
Got it.
So find people, listen to podcasts that make sense to you, because man, I'm telling you, information is everything.
Yeah.
Definitely. So you can get in a room by yourself, and nobody there to critique you. So you need somebody to help critique you if you're working on your own. So use YouTube, use industry reference songs. So if you're producing a song, go get an industry reference of similar.
Yeah.
Let that be that second person in the room with you.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying? Because they're going to tell you what you're doing wrong. Your kick is not balanced. That's a horrible sound choice. You know what I mean? Use that reference as your second person in the room with you.
Got it.
Because most of us don't have people to work with.
Yeah.
We're really doing it by ourselves. So use that reference. So
yeah. So actually, last question. You know how preachers are. They just
this is the third close.
My close. I'm like, we gonna get you out of here now.
It's your third one.
Can I have 4 more minutes? Right. Put 4 more minutes on the clock.
And that turns into how many? Another 30 minutes.
Another 37 minutes before we go into music. All the musicians are like, we gotta go. It sounds to me like a lot of your process is about trying to figure out how and not necessarily what to do. Like more so putting reasons behind things, like a why. So like even when you talk about gear, it seems a lot like you talk about, well, why do I need this?
Why do I need it? Yep.
Why is this important? And like what you just referenced with people doing a lot of background work to kind of figure out the how and the why. For you, if you had to sum up like your production style and like your equipment and studio and all of that, how much time do you spend focused more on like how, like your process, versus the what, like the actual process itself?
Well, I think the how has been developed already because I got skin in the game. I've been doing this a while, so my how does not change anymore.
That's good.
I need to make sure that I'm in a mental space.
Got it.
Because the how is already there. I just got to get in it.
Got it.
And I got to mentally be ready to jump in there. You know what I mean? So for me, it's more or less protecting my creativity, my mental capacity.
Got it.
The how has been created because I've done so much work that I know now what works for me. You know what I mean? And I was never afraid to make mistakes and try things, but I never took a mistake as just a mistake. I said, all right, I learned. I'll never do that again. That's where producers get our foresight.
Right.
It's by experience. They call that 10,000 hours for a reason.
Right.
In those 10,000 hours, you're going to gain information that's going to make you a better producer. You know what I mean? So my how, it's important to find out your how. because my how is not gonna be yours.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And so maybe just listen to other producers and, you know, just gauge how they do it and try to balance it and see if it works for you. If it don't, find you and don't compare, you know, what somebody else does and how they do it as the prototype.
Got it.
Because I've done that before. I said, man, I'm not productive this way. And I realized I'm trying to do Pharrell's thing.
Right.
That's just not working for me. So I'm going to stop being Pharrell and I'm going to do what makes me more productive. You know what I mean? So definitely find your own how. You know what I mean? If that answered your question.
That's perfect. All right, everybody. It's Stephen Dukes and the master, Jamel Kimbrough, one of the greatest producers, arrangers, the list, engineers, all the titles. One of the humblest guys out here. He gave us the opportunity to see his space, and I'm different now because I learned a bunch of stuff.
Man, I'm different. You're excellent. Thanks for having me too, man. This has been a pleasure. I've always wanted to do a studio tour.
Okay. Well,
so boom, you get it.
We got one. We gonna do more. Gospel producers in the building. John Mike, thanks for giving us the chance to come hang out. Next time you got to come with us too.
Yeah, man.
And we will see you on the next episode.
Peace.
GospelProducers.com. So I've taken everything out of the studio. What up with you guys? You know who it is. It's your boy, John Mike, AKA Juan Miguel. You know, I like saying that. I know I've been absentee on the channel for quite a while with videos, but that's because over the course of the last 6 months of my life, I have been rebuilding my studio from scratch down here in my basement. So today I'm going to kind of cover the entire build and how we kind of like built everything out from my podcast studio to my control room to the live room, the living room, all of that stuff like that. We're going to talk about it today and let's get into it. So as you know, whenever you're doing a renovation or anything of this like, there's always going to be a whole lot of moving parts and a whole lot of things and a whole lot of money that's going to go into that. And I'm going to tell you exactly how much all of this cost me. You got to stay tuned. So what we did was the first thing we had to do above everything, we had to pull up all of the carpet. All of the carpet. I got all my kids down here and we all worked together for pretty much like several hours just pulling up all of the carpet, rolling it up. And then we found the underlayment under it. We had to pull all of that up just to get down to the slab because down here in this basement, it's built on a slab. It's not built on any kind of like, you know, wood floor, wood underlayment is built on the slab. So with that, there was a ton of like sticky residue that was there for left behind on the underlayment that I had to literally get down and scrape with a paint scraper to get it all up. But once we got all of that up, then we were able to prep the floors to be able to be ready for the underlayment and everything that was going to go on that. So let's get to the specifics of everything. When it comes to the floors, that's what I want to start with first. I went to a place called Floor & Decor and we picked up this nice kind of pine wood looking floors. It kind of matches the design that I already had in my control room. So we went with that. So there's roughly about 1,500 square feet of space down here in the basement. And that the wood was about maybe $1 or so a square foot. So that ended up running me somewhere in the neighborhood of about $4,000 just on the floors itself. So I hired out this guy by the name of Screws. I'll put his information down in the description of this video in case one of you guys want to hire him from the work, especially if you guys live out here in the Carolina area. You can hit him up for that kind of work. But he was able to come through here and start working on building out my floor. So once we had prepped the floor and got all of that up, because that saved me a ton of money. And that's a tip on how you guys can save money on doing these sorts of things, because if you prep the floors and do yourself, you could probably save yourself about $1,000 just on labor. And that saved me a ton of money just by doing that outside of my cost, because I was able to get my kids down here and prep the floors for us. So when he finally got started on the floors, he started in the control room, and then he worked his way out here into the main area and laid those down. That whole process took about 3 to 4 days to complete, just because of all of the different, ways that this room is shaped and the whole basement is shaped. Took him a couple of days to really kind of work around all of those different things. But after he finished that, the next project that we moved into was doing my lights and hanging my panels up here. So as you can see in here, this is my podcast area, or what we call the living room, where I do this as a flex space, which means I use it for podcasting. I use it for what we call living room sessions, which is live performances, things that we do. You can find all of that on my Gospel Producers channel, links in the description. But we do all of that. We pod, we do living room sessions. I do full-on recording sessions down here, all in this space right here. So this is my flex space where I'm able to kind of do a lot of those things. So we wanted to set this space up to be really, really kind of a vibe and be able to do what I needed to do. So we hung from the ceiling like acoustic panels, because if you notice, I have 12-foot ceilings down here. So they're really, really high. So there's a lot of reflections that you get if you know anything about acoustic treatment. So on top of doing all of my other panels, we decided to hang panels from the ceiling to help with some of the reflections and stuff that we get for recording. So we hung and built a cloud pretty much all the way around the ceiling. And we also hung the lights. So I have a part where I did with Screws where I showed how we hung the lights and stuff like that. I used my phone for it, but I guys want you to check this out because I did it right there in the moment.
So I got the Deacon up there putting in some sockets for me on the ceiling, and he removed my ceiling fan. And what we're going to do is take my light here, which is a NAND light. I got it covered up, but it's like it's the same thing as this. It's this thing right here, my spotlight softbox light. And so we can get center light right in the center of the room that points down. We're going to hang this softbox from the ceiling, and how he's planning on doing it is he's going to use this hook to secure it up there and probably zip tie it off and everything to make sure it's, it's nice and functional and tight. But that's going to be the vibe. It's going to allow me to get like center light. And then we'll try, since we got power up there, because he's putting, was it 6? You said 6?
Yeah, 6 outlets.
6 outlets up there. That'll give me a way to run power to other lights that I can put right up here and in the other corner. We'll figure out where we're going to place those. But for now, that's what we're working on. And that's how we're going to mount this.
So that helps by having this light up here in the center and then having my power so I can have it to mount my camera and top down stuff like that for top down shots, and being able to that gives me more round light and top light and really lights up this space for when we're doing podcasting. But we also have mounted other lights in all of the corners in this particular section. Like in this corner, I have like just a regular Amazon light that you get that I've had for years. But in the top and on the corners, I used my bigger lights and stuff for that. And then also to accent colors, I put some very generic kind of GVM color-based lights up in the corner just to kind of cover that. And that's pretty much the lighting in this space. And it gives a vibe when we're doing podcasting and living room sessions and all of those things like that. I'm excited to reveal something game-changing for us and for you as producers and musicians. I want to introduce to you Peculiar Sounds version 2. We've introduced standalone mode, allowing you to use it independently from any DAW. You can now blend up to 2 sounds to create rich and complex textures. We added in 2 brand new effects, the Lo-Fizer and the Mod Filter. The Lo-Fizer gives you instant lo-fi vibes with just a button, while the Mod Filter adds dynamic movement and flow to any sound you apply it to. And we also added the innovative new MIDI browser that provides you with hundreds of chord progressions, melodies, and drum loop MIDI files that you can drag straight into your DAW. And as a bonus, V2 now includes Sounds Off the Block expansion for totally free, bringing the total to over 400 patches. So as you can see, Peculiar Sounds V2 is not just an update, it's a revolutionary new plugin. So make sure you check the website right now and you can get your hands on this game-changing plugin. So next, I want to talk about this beautiful wall design that we have here. It is kind of like my centerpiece of my piece de la resistance when it comes, probably not how you say that, right? But my piece, accent piece for this, my accent wall that we built for this particular space to kind of give it some more vibe and make it, you know, really, really dope when it comes to content stuff and things like that. So we did that. And so Screws, when he was building this out, he's just a master at like all of these type things and these designs and stuff like that. Like he did my design in my control room that I showed you guys in another video. But he did that design in there. And so I wanted him to do something special with this particular wall. So I asked him to kind of come up with a design, and this is what he came up with. It's really, really dope design, as you can see. And it took him about 2 days or so to just kind of, you know, solidify it and finish it. And, you know, we got it, and I'm really, really pleased with the results, and it looks really, really good on video. Now, I'm gonna do a full studio tour soon where I really go through all of this, but I'm also gonna do individual videos where I talk about this podcast setup and all the equipment and all of the other studio pieces like my drums and, you know, all of this stuff over here. I'm going to talk about those in separate videos. In this video, I just wanted to focus on the build itself. So that's what we're going to be talking about. So moving on to the next section, I want to talk about the control room and how the work that we did in here. So first I put up this door. I found this door. I had a regular door, kind of like this one right here, but we found this door on the Facebook Marketplace, glass door. I paid about $150 for it. But what's also really, really cool about this door is that on Amazon, I found this fingerprint lock that works kind of like how the iPhone used to work, where you put your fingerprint on, and I can actually unlock this door just by using my fingerprint, and it opens up. But without it, you know, it's locked. So even if I choose a different finger or somebody else puts their finger there, it won't do it. But if I have the finger that I own there, you can open it up. So I think that's really, really cool. And then I had my son paint it black. So speaking of control room, let's go in here and let's talk about this area in here and how we kind of scaled and built this out. So now I like to have my lights off. It's not as bright as it is out here. I'm a vampire. I'm down here all of the day long working in the dark. That's just me. I like the vibe. So that's just what it is. But we did the same kind of treatment in here in that we put up the same kind of panels that we have out there, built a cloud all the way around. That helps with the acoustics and stuff in here. And I got this desk. This is like my centerpiece. And as you guys know, I was the raving guy for all of these years. But now I have transitioned over to the studio desk, which is actually made by a company called Studio Desk, which is really, really dope. I'm going to do a whole video just on this desk. Again, I'm not going to talk about it in detail in this video because I want to tell you guys about what I think about it versus the Raven and why I went with this specifically. But it's a really, really dope desk. And I got it primarily because I was upgrading to for as far as interface and recording to the Studio Live 32S. So I got this board and I got a pullout tray that has my Roland A88 in here. So I'll talk about all of those particular pieces of equipment on a different video. But you know, the other thing we did was we hung this TV
Up here, it's a 75-inch. This is a regular, smegular Walmart TV that you get from Walmart. It's the 75-inch. And we got this specifically because of one thing. This is what really made me buy it, is it has AirPlay built into it. That's the main reason why I wanted this, is because of AirPlay. And with AirPlay and Max, they work really, really good together because I don't have to have a cable ran from here up to this TV in order to get my screen up here and use this as a secondary screen. So I'm able to just AirPlay mirror my screen up here. And it works really, really good for an aux screen when I'm recording or when I'm doing things. It's a client monitor. So anybody that's in here, they're sitting on the couch or they're doing, doing their thing in here, they can see this and they don't have to come over here and stand and look over my shoulder in order to kind of get a vibe going on or what have you. Now, the other biggest thing that we did in here was we got my gospel producer sign. That's my business. This is my baby. So we got this sign here. I got it from a company. I'll put their link down in the description. It escapes me at this moment. But it was about $400 just for this piece right here. But I thought it was really good. Now, it took a long time. It took almost maybe 3 weeks to get here. That's from concept of design to it being up here. But I know the thing that you guys are really, 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 really wanting to know about, and that is the synth wall that I have here. Looks like Guitar Center. And another friend said it looks like Sam Ash. I prefer Guitar Center because that's just the vibe. And the whole vibe I was going for when I was building this out was that I wanted it to feel like Guitar Center because it keeps you in a creative space. Like your space matters and how you do things and how you structure it matters out because, you know what I'm saying, when you're trying to get down and dirty and get creative, you don't want technology in the way. You don't want any of that. And one of the things that I know is that when I go to Guitar Center, that's when I actually feel legit creative. You know what I'm saying? Because like, it's just the environment. You got other musicians there doing their thing, but when you walk in, you do stuff. You just play stuff. You play chords. You play things that you normally wouldn't do, you know what I'm saying, at home when you're in Guitar Center. So I wanted to create that same environment, that same feel here. So in order to do this, I had to get a couple of key components. One being the slat wall. You can get these on Amazon. I think I paid somewhere around $150 for the set. It was like two 2x4 panels basically. And then I got my man Screws to like nail them into the wall, make sure they're in the studs because equipment is heavy and this is thousands upon thousands of dollars of equipment that you don't want to fall off the wall. So make sure you get it in the stud. So the other thing I did was I ordered these little slat stands that like mount into the slats on the wall. I actually went to Guitar Center and I looked behind where the keyboards were to kind of see, you know what I'm saying, like how they were doing it. Then I went back and found it on Amazon and ordered it. These were about $40 a piece in order to do this or what have you. So as you can see on my synth wall, I have a couple of very key components on this side of the synth wall. Over here is my vintage and synth wall. So what I have over here is like a couple of vintage pieces, which is my Kurzweil SP88. Down here, I have a Korg X5, beautiful, amazing keyboard. If you're familiar with the X Series 90s board, early 90s board, this board was my childhood. This was pretty much my childhood. And if you know anything about it, you know that this board was like one of the kings. Anything in the X and N series was like ruling the 90s for Korg. So I have the X5, the Kurzweil SP88. Then I have my like analog synths, like the Korg Minilog, love this board, the Roland Gaia 2, and then you gotta have a Sub 37, really, really dope. And then I got Machine over here. I don't really use it like as a beat machine, so to speak, like to actually play out beats. But what I actually am using it for is a controller for Logic. So if I'm standing over here and I need to do anything, because I'm normally routing all of my, you know, boards and everything through Logic, I can actually control Logic from here because it links up and I can actually start, stop, record, all of that from here. And I can control the volumes on everything on my tracks and stuff. So it's just literally a controller for me to be able to do that. And it serves the purpose to getting MIDI to trigger the vintage stuff like this SP88 and this X5. They don't have USB ports on it, so I cannot trigger it, trigger MIDI on it or play MIDI on it without traditional MIDI. It doesn't have USB ports on it. But these other ones, the Sub Fatty, the Mini Log, and the Gaia, they all have USB ports, so they actually return MIDI and all of that in and out back through the actual ports, the USB ports, so I don't have to do that. So the machine is serving a couple of purposes: control and MIDI to my stuff that's non-USB.
When you got one of those modes, I don't know what to do, I'm stuck. You're right. All I do is listen to something like that, and it's like, okay, now I got something.
Exactly. I have like every single plugin. For some plugins, you be spending like hours just trying to find that one sound. You took the time to really curate and find like a group of like sounds that's really usable, that get straight to the point.
You're giving them enough to get started, so they can walk into a room with someone and be like, all right, man, what am I missing? I love the plug-in, man. I think it's incredible. I think people are gonna be like, wow. I mean, you got the sounds, people looking for sounds like that. Look, now they just get the plug-in.
You know what I mean? So you literally can just cook a complete record, like just from this plug-in. And for me, it's like not about a whole bunch of sounds, it's about production.
He gonna come out the gate sounding legit.
Yeah.
Out the gate sounding legit because of something like this. So I'm telling everybody, man, get the juice pack.
It's the truth, bro. I got to have it.
It's fire. It's definitely juice. D-Lo got the juice.
So over here, I got my flagship boards on this side, my Korg Nautilus, my Akai MPC Key 61, and the newest edition, the new kid on the block, the Nord Electro 6D. All right, so these are kind of like my workstations. You know how those go. They got the sequencers, all that stuff. Even though I don't really use the sequencers, I'm gonna get into how I actually have all of this routed and set up inside of the DAW to be able to use all of the features. But I really basically use all of these as glorified sound modules. That's pretty much how I'm using it. And I'm going to get into the routing on the MIDI side in just a second. But over here is where the center station of kind of where everything happens on this piece right here. So powering this, of course, I got like a little power converter that's got all the ports on the back that powers everything. So everything is plugged up into this conditioner. And then right here, I have a Behringer Ultra DI Pro. That's what this is. And so what this is just a rack mount DI. It's an 8-channel rack mount DI that basically lets me like kill the buzz, the ground noise. You know how like when you have a buzz from a cable or from DC hum or anything like that, you get this little, hum that's going in. So to kill it, you kill the ground. It's probably a whole lot more scientific than that. That's just my understanding of it. All I know is pluggy, pressy button, hum gone. All right. That's pretty much how it works, right? So I got this because I got tired of chasing down the hum, so to speak, on like my lines. And I tried everything. Trust me, you don't have to tell me in the comment section. I tried everything to get rid of it. And the only way to do it was to use a direct box. That's just me. I researched and tried everything. Direct box was what it was that fixed the problem. So that left me the problem. Do I get 8 direct boxes or can I find an 8-channel rack mount DI, which was perfect? This has served the purpose. That's literally all it is. It's just a rack mount DI for all of the synths. Everything is plugged into this. A couple of them are plugged into this rack mount mixer, which I'll talk about in a second. So below that, I have a 10-channel USB hub that's rack mount. Got it off Amazon, made by a company called Sedna. I think that's how you say it. Either way, USB 3.0, 10 ports on it. So all of the boards are literally plugged up directly into this hub. And that's how I'm able to like send MIDI to them, from here and control these boards all from this. So everything is routed into this. I have a DI right here, Patch Bay. It's not really doing, I'm experimenting with some things with this. I'll talk about that in another video. So I'm kind of experimenting. This isn't really doing much that's going to offer value for this video, but I'm going to talk about that in another video on some things that I'm working on with this Patch Bay. But under this is just another rack mount mixer. It's actually a DJ mixer that I found several years ago. Picked it up and I've just used it, and it's rack mount, has like 4 channels. So everything in here is RCA, so I'm able to run straight off the headphone jack on these synths, specifically the Kurzweil, the X5, and I believe one of these other, I think the mini log is running through here. So I have 3 synths running through there or what have you. You see the meters jumping on that. So they're running through there. And that's how I'm getting that. And then that's returning back to a channel over here on my mix board, on my Studio Live or what have you. So all of these, the DI and this mixer are all sending, I actually have a snake, an 10 channel snake that is running from back behind here, back behind the desk, and then returning on channels over here on the Studio Live. So that is how I'm getting my audio into the computer. So everything is routed, everything is hot. So all of that is hot, everything. They're all hot and they all run from this particular board right here. So, and last but not least, the last piece to this setup is actually my Roland A88 MK2. This is my favorite keyboard, favorite feel for this sort of thing, for production and producing. This is my favorite feel for that. So this is the board out of all of the MIDI controllers that I've ever reviewed on this channel. This is the one that I've probably gotten the most value out of. It's simple, simplistic, and I'll talk about it in detail in another video. But basically how it's flowing into this setup with all of the keyboards and everything is that in Logic and in Studio One, I have setups for both of those DAWs. I can literally control any board straight from here. So if I want to play something on the Nautilus, for instance, so I got a sound here on the Nautilus. It's the same sound right there, right? So, but with this board, I can also change sounds literally. So I can control patch changes and everything from this board just by touching a button. And I got that set up for all of the keyboards to be able to do that. So the same, even if I want to play the Akai, I can easily pull that board up. Literally can play that, or the Nord, you know what I'm saying? Like I got the Nord set up here. Or I can change a patch. So I can easily go from sound to sound directly from this board, same with any of them. So if I want to pull something on the Moog back there, it's all right there. I can instantly, at a click, I can literally just pull up and start playing the Sub 37 or the Gaia. And this can all be controlled from this keyboard right here. And I have everything else from there. And I'll show you some other things that I'm using to really tweak to where I actually don't have to leave the desk to do anything. I can do it all from right here. And I'm gonna show you here next. So this is my template that I use in order to kind of produce and record and do all of those things like that. So I have like, you know, like my Nord pulled up here. So I could easily just jump in and record. Just like that, got the Nord piano in there. You know what I'm saying? Can go up here and grab like peculiar sounds or whatever. then I could go grab like my Nautilus and then be able to play something from this. Saying, can go up here and grab like loop elements. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't know what loop elements is, this is loop elements. Link is in the description. Go in and grab you something like this. Sub 37. And then I can use the editor to go find me something dope. So I can record that. Coming off of the Sub 37. That's not a plug-in. I'm excited to reveal something game-changing for us and for you as producers and musicians. I want to introduce to you Peculiar Sounds version 2. We've introduced standalone mode, allowing you to use it independently from any DAW. You can now blend up to 2 sounds to create rich and complex textures. We added in 2 brand new effects, the Lo-Fizer and the Mod Filter. The Lo-Fizer gives you instant lo-fi vibes with just a button, while the Mod Filter adds dynamic movement and flow to any sound you apply it to. And we also added the innovative new MIDI browser that provides you with hundreds of chord progressions, melodies, and drum loop MIDI files that you can drag straight into your DAW. And as a bonus, V2 now includes Sounds Off the Block expansion for totally free, bringing the total to over 400 patches. So as you can see, Peculiar Sounds V2 is not just an update, it's a revolutionary new plugin. So make sure you check the website right now and you can get your hands on this game-changing plugin. So I could keep building on that all day, but I wanted to kind of show you guys, you know, real down and dirty how I can get in and record and produce and create something without doing, you know, a whole lot of, you know, fuss and muss, just showing you how it works. So speaking of showing you how it works, let me show you guys how everything is set up here. So in here, I can literally, of course, like I showed before, I could click on any of these and be able to play them just like I would that. So it's as simple as just creating an external MIDI track, choosing whatever device that you have set up. So if I wanted to, and I've already got this set up, but if I wanted to set up, you know, something with the mini log, I would literally just choose the mini log all and just hit create. Now I have a instrument track that controls my mini log. Now you may have heard that coming from my speakers, but so it's not coming from the audio, right? So then I would create a audio track, just a regular smegular audio track. And then it's coming in on channel 2. So I just do channel 2, create. And then if I hit this in conjunction with that, now you hear that coming into Logic, right? And then I would just, what I do is I just take these two things and then I just create a track stack, you know, and it's a summing stack just because. And then I'd call this mini log. It's not how you spell it, but whatever. And so now when I click on this, now the mini log is coming out. Now, I think I've already got the mini log set up in here, but that's pretty much the gist of how you can set that up and make that work. So that's pretty much it. Now, the biggest benefit that I have is controlling it. And you may have saw me do this. I pulled up when I was here on the Sub 37, they actually have a plugin that controls the Sub 37. So I can literally control and create all from here. So I can choose like any bass sound. Like I can just like isolate it down to bass. And then like there's one I love called touch bass. Right. And then I could take this and I can really mess with the filter. And this is all controlling my hardware over there. I don't have to get up and actually go over there. I can mess around with the oscillators. I can take mess with the release. Then add some drive to it. You know what I'm saying? All from there. And that's really, really dope to me that you can do that. So I have the same thing for the Nautilus. There's the Nautilus editor that comes with it. You can download on the Korg website, in which I can jump in and I can change any of my sounds. You know what I'm saying? And it's basically the same thing that I'm seeing on the Nautilus screen. And I can go to combination. It changes over there. Literally can pull up any sound that is on the Nautilus. It's just as if I'm sitting in front of it. And then I have another thing for the mini log that does the same thing. And I can control the mini log all from over here sitting at the desk. The Nord and the Akai, you can control that with the MPC Beat software. I haven't set that up fully yet, but I normally just control it with program change, just using the plus minus on my Roland A88. Same thing with the Nord, same thing with the Gaia, because they don't have a librarian for that yet. But most of the time I'm able to kind of navigate patches just by utilizing just the, you know, the plus minus on this, on my Roland A88. So one more thing that I'll give you guys, and that is when you're actually recording, sometimes when you record the MIDI, I don't like to do this unless I'm going to be doing some editing to it. And sometimes I'll do this in a non-destructive way, just working right here in the MIDI. But typically what I like to do is actually record the audio instead of recording the MIDI. So like I'll arm the MIDI track so that I can be able to do that, right? But then when I actually record it, I'll record audio. You know, whatever the case may be. You know, and so now I have that audio there, and then when I export it, or if I need to stem it out or whatever the case may be, I've got that there, and especially if I need to change sounds. So it allows me to be a little bit more fluid. So if I'm using multiple sounds from, say, the Nautilus, then I could easily just duplicate this audio track. You see what I'm saying? And now I got another track for the Nautilus that I can record on, you know what I'm saying? And I can pull up another sound, and it's all staying with under that track stack, if that makes sense. So I could have 10 tracks of sounds that are coming off of the Nautilus right into this particular thing, and they'll all be on the Nautilus audio when I get ready to go mix or do whatever the case may be. But I don't typically record the MIDI. That's just, I did this for the video because I was just getting down and dirty. But typically when I record, I more often than not record the audio, unless it's just something where I know I'm going to need to like really get in and edit the MIDI. All right. Today, I want to introduce to you Loop Elements.
Pro. This represents a very innovative new way of using loops. And guess what? It's standalone, not only as a plugin, but it's also standalone outside of the DAW, which means you can now use loop elements in your live performance. This isn't just a plugin. It's the ultimate tool for creatives and producers. Whether you're layering loops, creating click track, creating beats, building arrangements, soundscapes, Loop Elements Pro gives you the power to create without limits. Loop Elements Pro is now available. Go get it now. I'm going to be showing you inside my podcast setup and talking about all of the nerdy, geeky things that we got going on in here. All right. So let's jump straight into it. As you can tell, the first really dope thing you want about a podcast is to have a really nice aesthetic. So I went with all white, kind of white furniture for the purity, for all of that. Plus, white just looks good on camera, especially when it's contrasted against black walls and all of those things like that. It's just a really good look that I kind of favorite. I've seen it on a few other pods and a few other things, so I thought that would be a good kind of contrast for that. All right. So we got that look, and then also some of the other accents, the accent wall, as you can see, which is really dope. That was designed by my man Scroose. He is my extraordinaire designer. He's done, like, you know, tons of the work here in my studio over the years. All of my, like, you know, retrofitting and all of that stuff like that. He's done all of that. So he did this whole, like, super dope design. It kind of reminds me of Donkey Kong, if you guys remember that. You remember Donkey Kong and the ladders and all of that stuff like that from back in the day. That kind of vibe. That's what we kind of pulled a little bit of influence from, so to speak. So the other thing that really kind of makes this whole thing pop is some of the set pieces, as I call them. So these are things like your little plants back here. Like little plants, and then like we got this little bitty light bulb here. I found this at IKEA. It's like maybe 15, 16 bucks, little things like that. But also behind it, you have the piano, you know what I mean? Little piano thing that I created. I did that. I have a video on my YouTube channel that talks about that, but it's like our little piece right there that I created. It was like a 110-year-old piano that we were able to kind of gut and make it into a studio space. We actually do work there, so it's a functional space. It's not just for aesthetics, but it functions as a really good aesthetic. And one of the things that I love to do with this is to do stuff like put the plugins and things that I designed on the screen. So I'll alternate this out with different plugins and different things that I create. It's just a subtle way of branding that you'll see and that you can use on when you're doing that, because that podcast. So people are there, you got their attention for an hour or so. You want to kind of put stuff on the screen that kind of subliminally markets to them, so to speak. I got this concept and this idea from you know, people like Shannon Sharp, if you think of like Club CeCe. You know, one of the things, he does his podcast and he has interesting guests, but one of the things he's trying to sell is his brand of liquor that he creates. You know what I'm saying? So they take a drink, they drink throughout the podcast. He has it out on the table. It's subtle branding. So I borrowed that concept from them, and I put like plugins and I put different products and stuff on the back of the computer. It's just a subtle way of marketing, and feel free to take that tip and use it. All right. So again, that's one of the things. And then the other thing is we have this TV back here, which is just a regular smuggler TCL brand TV that you get from Walmart that I'm able to AirPlay using my iPad. I'm able to take that and AirPlay like the Hangout logo straight up to it. And that was the only reason I wanted this TV, is so that I could be able to AirPlay things to it. I also use it when we do sessions like living room sessions and things like that. And I'll put the DAW up on the screen. I'll put the plugin up on the screen for different things like that. So it's multifunctional and it's able to really kind of build out from there. All right, now on to the things that actually help us with podding, and that is our equipment that we have set up. So I use the Rodecaster Pro 2
It is one of my favorite pieces of equipment that I use, and it is the centerpiece of all of our audio because it sounds really good. And it's just a quick way to kind of really mix your audio and really get a dial in sound. It just sounds good and natural just out the box with it. You really don't have to do much. They got presets, you set them up. I don't even think I even did that. I just kind of set them up and just used the stock preset on it and made it work, all right? Now, as far as microphones is concerned, I'm using the Presonus PD70 microphones. These are kind of like, for lack of a better word, SM7B clones. This is Presonus's attempt to kind of capture that market. These are really good, solid dynamic mics. I've had them for several years. I have 3 or 4 of these. I use them even in my control room when I'm doing like videos and stuff in that nature. I'm utilizing these mics and stuff as well because they just sound really good. And they're about 129 bucks. So they don't really cost, you know, it's not gonna break the bank. You can get 3 of these for the price of what you would spend for one SM7B. So it's a really dope situation. So this is kind of controlling the audio, but there's one other real special thing that I use for the audio, and it is this little piece right here. It is a company called I don't know, I'll put it down in the description. I'm not gonna try to pronounce it, but it is a wireless transceiver, right? That is sending audio into my control room. And I'll show you later where it is sending it to allow it to go into my ATEM to be able to get audio from here into the actual video where we're recording the video, which I'll show you guys in just a second. So that is pretty much this. The other set pieces that we have in here is, of course, the organ. I have the Crumar Mojo. It's just an organ. I actually use it. We use it for performance. We use it for all that stuff, living room sessions. But I also got these Yamaha HS 5. So anytime you see us doing living room sessions and you see those vibes, the audio for whoever's performing is coming out of these monitors. All right. And then I have my Kawai VPC1 here. This is also used, but it's also a set piece. And then of course I have my drums over here, which is my Tay kit. It's just a Tay maple kit. I've had this kit for like a decade, and it does the job, but it's functional. But it also gives the aesthetic because our podcast is about music, musicians, music production, music producers, all of those things like that. So you want to have music pieces in your background. So whatever you're doing in terms of your podcast, make sure that whatever you're doing your background kind of speaks to that. All right. Other thing I think with this setup is the lighting. So we have some really dope lights. We have the light mounted up here on the ceiling. It's my center light. It is a FS 150 by a company called Nan Light. And I had it mounted up there by my guy Screw, same guy that did the design on the wall and laid my floors and did all of that stuff. He put, mounted that up on the ceiling for me. And then he also mounted these other lights that we have up here in the corner. These are some regular like GMV, just regular, you know, lights. They cost like 150 bucks like for the pack. But they have the color thing and they can be controlled by Bluetooth. So that's what I really love about it, the fact that I can change the colors. So what I like to do is kind of contrast. I like blue, I like purple. Those are my favorite colors. So you got the white light that's coming down from the ceiling, and then you got some other lights that I'm gonna show you in a second, but you also get some color that kind of flows into your scene, for lack of a better word, that gives it some contrast. So I like to have blue kind of coming down here on the guest, on their headlight, but I also have some purple that's coming down when I'm sitting right here to kind of help build that vibe, and it helps make the scene and make everything look a whole lot better. All right, now let's talk about cameras really quick. I have the cameras that we use are Blackmagic. So this is a Blackmagic Pocket 6K with a Sigma 18 to 35 lens on it. And this is just like a little matte box thing. These are really, really dope cameras. Got the regular little stand here. It's V-mount battery powered, so it stays locked on this. This is the camera that I use for my camera, which is going to be my main angle that's going to point at me. And if you look on this screen right here, you can see this is kind of where that area is pointed to. And then over here, I have another Blackmagic Pocket 4K that gives me the slider shot, so to speak. So if you ever see like a moving shot in our podcast, it's coming from this particular Blackmagic right here that's giving me that. All right. Over here we have the confidence monitor, as some people would call it, but this is basically what we look at when we're sitting in here and we're doing our thing. I can look at this particular screen and I can see all of my angles, make sure we're in focus, all of those things like that. But it's also just a quick feed of what's coming out of the control room, and I'll show you how we're feeding that in right there. So that typically gets that, and then the other camera is in the control room. There's a bit that I use for like production tutorials. So those are flex cameras that I kind of move around. So we keep those in the space, so that'll be normally there, and I can see all 4 angles. I can see how long we've been recording, and I can see how much time I got left on the drive. So it's just another visual cue for me to know when I'm potting what's going on. Now, how I'm routing all of this is down here, I have in the wall mounted a 4-port HDMI cable management thing or what have you. So what this is doing is it's piping HDMI over into my control room that is going into my ATEM, and then we can get the video recorded from there. So let me take you guys over into the control rooms. Man, you know what's crazy? And you know what really elevates a track? Having the right drums. And speaking of drums, if you haven't checked out Yash's Drum Warehouse yet, you're seriously missing out. We connected with John Yash, a 7-time Grammy Award winner, and we packed over 600 plus multi-sample sounds that work with any DAW and are perfectly formatted for Trick or Two. We're talking tons of snares, kicks, toms, and so much more. You name it, it's in this sample pack. So whether you're on Logic, Ableton, Pro Tools, Cubase, Bitwig, whatever you got, it's all here. It's ready to take your production to the next level. Seriously, go grab it right now. gospelproducers.com. All right, back to the show. And let me show you guys like the whole setup of how the master place where everything kind of goes on. So over here is my setup where we have this, and over here I have the ATEM Pro Mini ISO. This is a video switcher by Blackmagic. We're all Blackmagic here, and what it does is let me kind of switch through my angles. It's a 4 video switcher. You plug them in, and all of the what I showed you outside is running out of here into the back of this from the wall, and so this allows me to kind of multi-record all of these cameras. So think of it, if you don't know what a this is, think of it as an audio interface, but for video. It multi-tracks video. All right, that's the simplest way to do it. Really, really dope little device. You can get it for around $400, probably a little bit cheaper than that used. But what I love about it is that it gives you, not only does it ISO record all of the video, but it also ISO records the audio, and it gives me a Blackmagic DaVinci Resolve file, because we use Resolve. It gives it to me that I can use after the fact to further edit the video. So typically I have other people in here that are helping me when we do our pods that switch for me. Like my guy Rob, he comes in. A lot of times we do that and he'll switch in real time. And what that does is it helps us to kind of cut down the time between recording, editing, and release, because we're editing while we're recording. So that's one of the main reasons why I'm utilizing this. Now, this other little screen is actually called an ATEM as well. It's just not a Blackmagic ATEM. This is dope because it is a let's see if I can pull it out without like messing up a whole lot of things. You can kind of see behind here. It has 4 ports on the inside of it, and 4 ins and 4 outs. So it's almost like a router, like a splitter, so to speak. So I use this pretty heavy because this is what's going out to that screen out there in the live room, so I can kind of see what's on the monitor. So this is feeding me an output straight to that TV out there. And I also have another output that's going to my, up here it's a Rode little Streamer X, just a little capture card that's going into my computer. So there are times where I actually need to record the computer, record from out there into the computer. It just gives me another place where I can record at if I need to. It's worked out for, or even streaming. Like if we stream, then I need to pipe what's coming from the ATEM into my computer. So when we're live and doing things like that, I can do it that way. And it just helps me just, you know, kind of rock and roll with that. Now, I talked about another piece with the audio. And if you come over here, I'll show you this right here. Here's the other little piece of that Letico, whatever that is. It's here. That's the receiver for that particular the transmitter out there. So I'm sending audio from the Rodecaster, which we do record our audio on the Rodecaster directly, but this is just the main way we get our audio. That's the audio that's recorded on the Rodecaster is for redundancy. I rarely ever use that. The SD card is in there and we record on it, but I rarely ever pull that SD card out to use it unless something crazy happened with the audio, which rarely doesn't, because this has been pretty reliable. And we're sending audio into the back of my mixer, right? And so what's happening is it's coming in on the channel here, and then I have a headphone jack running right here, is running out of here and coming back around, and it's piped around to the back of the ATEM. So audio is just a kind of a weird way of routing my audio. I'm sending audio wirelessly from the live room to the audio is coming here, and then it's being sent via the headphone jack back into the ATEM. All right. I could have bypassed that in probably a simpler way to where I wouldn't have to maybe I can plug directly back into. I think I did that at one point, but I was just trying to be simpler. And then, oh no, I know about why I did it. So one of the main reasons why I piped the audio that way and ran it in, because when we do our live living room sessions, I need to catch the audio that's coming off of the board into the ATEM. So that's the main reason why I have it routed that way. Otherwise, I would just plug it directly into the back of the ATEM, but it works better for me to just route everything through this mixer. Gives me another gain stage, because while I can control the volume on this, on the ATEM, it's not the best way. There's no physical faders on there. This, I can run audio straight into here, and then I got a gain stage on a fader, and I got a gain stage on the headphones. So I can really optimize that audio to be able to work for whatever scenario that we're kind of working with on that. So that's pretty much the whole podcast setup from start to finish. GospelProducers.com. This is the Studio Desk Commander. I have had it now for about 6 months. Got it when I revamped my entire studio. Really dope desk. I got it for a couple of reasons. One, I wanted to get away from the Raven, right? The Raven is all touchscreen. I have listed my grievances with that ad nauseum on this channel. I would still buy it again, you know. Me 5 years ago would buy it again. Me 5 years later, not so much, because there's just a lot of things that I just couldn't get over and get past with that particular desk. I won't air those grievances right here. You can go check my video that I've done on that. I've done a couple of them, but you can check the recent one that I did on it somewhere up in the cards. And that'll help you, and down in the description of the video, that'll help you kind of get my idea. But back to the Commander, there's a reason why I got this desk. And it's mainly, number one, because it gives me way more desk space than the Raven ever offered me. And I wanted to kind of get something a little bit different and a little bit more expansive. And plus I was upgrading my in and out. I wanted to go to a mixer type flow versus a just regular interface. Like I explored the Apollos, I looked at all of the other options, but there wasn't too many options that would give me what I really needed for my specific studio. And the Studio Live 32S kind of gave me, it checked all of the boxes as far as having enough in and out and the expandability, because I was able to take my 16R and use it as a stage box out into my live room. I'll talk about all of that in great detail in another video that's specifically about the Studio Live. But since I was upgrading to that, I needed a desk that could accommodate that. And this guy kept popping up on the radar every time I typed in desk and Studio Live. I kept seeing this, so I had to grab it. So the other thing that's really, really dope about this desk is not necessarily the fact that it can house this particular thing, but it can also get a 88 key keyboard down here in the tray. And I got this option specific. It was one of the options that you could go with this particular keyboard or with this particular desk. So it's really, really dope. What I like about it is that it can accommodate this particular keyboard. And it feels like this one was made for it. This is the Roland A88. And so when I use it, I'm able to really kind of pull it out about halfway and then kind of still do whatever it is that I need to do right here with that. But it has this option that when you slide it all the way out, it locks into place. So it's not going anywhere. It won't push in. I hit this button right here and it lets it slide in. So I can slide it out, clicks, hit this button right here, can slide in or what have you. Now, another really, really cool thing about this desk is kind of the lighting scheme. And you can see it a little bit better on the bottom down here when I pull it out. It has these little lights and it comes with this little remote right here that lets me kind of control it. And I can turn the colors to whatever color in the spectrum. There's, you know, brighter, duller, whatever the case may be. Then you can make it do like little effects and, you know, all the little things like that. I just keep it a static color, normally around blue, purple-ish, because I just think that's kind of like dope. It just kind of fits my aesthetic when I'm working. But that's really, really cool thing about the desk. And then the fact that it can house this whole thing and I still have all of this room over here and over here on this side. Like I have my machine MK3 over here that I have on this side to be able to do it. But some other really, really cool things about it is the rack space. So it came with 4U rack space. Now this comes into one of the cons that I have with this particular desk. For me, I was only able to use about 3 rack spaces on each side because here I got my Clark Technic LA, this is 1176. And then I was trying to put I had another warm audio compressor that I was trying to put in on top of it. And I could not get it to fit in there. I don't know why. Maybe I did something wrong in the assembly of it, but I could not get 2 full 2U rack units in here. So that forced me to kind of put it over on that side and all of that. But, you know, it can supposed to be able to fit 4, but I was only able to get like 3 in there, like 3 U's on there. So I got my power conditioner here and I got my compressor. And then over here on the other side, behind the micro.
When you got one of those modes, I don't know what to do. I'm stuck. You're right. All I do is listen to something like that and it's like, okay, now I got something.
Exactly. I have like every single plugin. But some plugins you be spending like hours just trying to find that one sound. You took the time to really curate and find like a group of like sounds that's really usable, that get straight to the point.
You're giving them enough to get started so they can walk into a room with someone and be like, all right, man, what am I missing? I love the plug-in, man. I think it's incredible. I think people are gonna be like, wow. I mean, you got the sounds, people looking for sounds like that. Look, now they just get the plug-in.
You know what I mean? So you literally can just cook a complete record, like, just from this plug-in. And for me, it's like not about a whole bunch of sounds, it's about production.
He gonna come out the gate sounding legit. Yeah. Out the gate sounding legit because of something like this. So I'm telling everybody, man, get the juice pack.
It's the truth, bro. I got to have it.
It's fire. It's definitely juice. D-Lo got the juice.
I have my tube EQ, and I have just a regular preamp that I use when I'm doing vocals and stuff, the Tone Beast by Warm Audio. So just a couple of Warm pieces. I got some other pieces that I'm going to be bringing in and putting on there. But for right now, I got this in there. So that's really, really cool. Top shelf for me to be able to put my monitors and everything on, and also be able to have my computer there, which is a Mac Studio, and I have the studio display right there with that. So that covers those things about it. This desk and this build is like really, 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 really sturdy. So I really love the whole build quality of it in general. But one of the cons, if I had to give any con for this desk, the thing that's been probably the most troublesome for me, I'm not able to get this mixer to go back flush with the rest of the desk. Like, it's supposed to, like, this edge of here is supposed to hit the edge of that, right? That's what you see when you look at it online. But in true fact, I'm not able to get this to go all the way back because of this little piece right here that holds the actual monitor and all of that stuff like that. Now, when I take this part off, I can push it all the way back. Now, I also tried moving it down, you know what I'm saying, like 3 pegs, because there's 3 little pegs right here. You can't see them probably because of the camera, but I tried moving it all the way down, which brought the monitor down, right? And I was able to kind of get it fit everything over there. But then you get this weird kind of flow with cables going over this, and you get this flow where your monitor is down so low that it was like blocking the bottom of the monitor. So that was a huge problem for me with that. So I ended up kind of having to have everything kind of sit like this. Because even with these XLRs not in there, the USB cable and Ethernet and all of that stuff keeps it from anything that's on this top row, basically keeps it from going all the way back, which is fine because, like, down here, it just makes it fit flush with this, you know, where the armrest kind of starts. And I still got plenty of room for my mouse and my keyboard and all of that. So that's just kind of like one real con when it comes to this particular desk. That would be my only kind of real problem with it, so to speak, is the fact that I'm not able to get this mixer to go all the way back flush with the particular desk. But other than that, it's a really, really solid build. Overall, it cost me about $2,200. I think probably with, you know, tax and all that, around $2,400, $2,500. And as a comparison, I spent $3,000 on the Raven when I bought it, and it just did not cover all of the things and all of the needs that I had as a producer and a mix engineer and all of that. But this desk has been the best purchase that I have made for my studio in this new studio build and stuff like that. So I hope this video helped you. I hope it blessed you. I hope it gave you a good insight into whether or not you want to spend money on this or you want to buy this desk. I like the Commander series. They have some really, really dope other series that they've created that, you know, work. So feel free to check those out. I'll drop some links down in the description of the video, and I'll talk to you guys on the next one. I'm out. Holla at your boy.